Good morning, everybody, or good evening, wherever you are in the world. We are live with the grand finals between Hikaru and Fabiano Caruana. What a tournament the Champions Chess Tour has been so far. I mean, just incredible chess. And yesterday, I mean, that match between Hikaru and Magnus Carlsen, the still reigning world champion, was just absolutely bananas. I had a lot of fun. I guess you had a lot of fun, guys, as well. But here we go. We are in the grand finals right now. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how the players got to where they are today. Basically, you see, if you look at the winners final right there, you see Fabiano versus Hikaru in the winners final. Fabiano got the better of Hikaru in that one, but that was such a tense match. Anything could have happened. We remember that first game in which Hikaru seemed to have the upper hand going into the final few minutes, but unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. Nevertheless, he came back strong. And by the way, that's a good point that he made during the interview. He was like, look, I had an off day, but I'm going to play Magnus tomorrow, and the off day is behind me. I'm going to give my best against Magnus, and it's better that way. Sometimes you need to have an off day in order to be able to perform as the tournament progresses, and that's exactly what he did. What a match it was yesterday between himself and Magnus. That Armageddon was just simply wild. I had three heart attacks probably throughout that match. I had a lot of fun as well. You guys had a lot of fun. Fabiano is waiting for him right now in the grand finals. Hikaru has a very difficult task indeed ahead of himself, but if anybody can do it, it's Hikaru, and he has to win 2 matches in order to win the Champions Chess Tour, this Chessable event. First match is going to be 4 games. The second match, if Hikaru wins, is going to be only 2 games. If after 4 games, the players are tied, then they're going to go into an Armageddon. Guys, we have a lot of exciting chess ahead of ourselves. The games are about to start in about 3 minutes or so, something along those lines. I will be by myself today, as you can probably already see. Maria is in Astana doing great job at the World Chess Championship. She's getting ready for the tournament to start. Today, she attended the opening ceremony. So I bet next time you guys see her on the stream, she's going to have a lot of cool stories for you. So it's it's a busy upcoming weekend in the world of chess, but the main event is today. That is the big grand finals between Fabiano and Hikaru. Guys, I will be answering some chat since I'm by myself and I don't have anybody to talk to. So I will be talking primarily with you guys, waiting for your questions, seeing some funny comments. I will definitely point them out. So interact, say hi, and let's have some fun, because I mean, I'm excited. I don't know about you guys. Show in the chat your excitement for this match, because I have to say, I cannot wait. It's going to be 4 games of exciting chess. I mean, these players in the first match were going back and forth. I have to say, that first game, very, very tense battle. The second game, it was Fabiano who was better. Then it was Hikaru who was better in the end game. Then Hikaru was a piece up, but he had that pawn on b2 that was just super weak. It was just simply a back and forth match. I mean, this is the finals that we want to see. We've had a pretty exciting match yesterday against Carlsen, but today is the grand finals, and whoever wins today takes it all. Let's get ready to rumble, guys. How is it like commentating on Hikaru's channel and him playing against Fabi? Look, I've said it already. Fabi is a good friend. I'm also very friendly with Hikaru, and I'm a professional, so I'm enjoying. Look, I've been watching these tournaments anyway, and it's such a pleasure to commentate on Hikaru's channel. So yes. Chris, do you have Kik or Twitch I can follow? Follow the socials, guys. Follow the socials. You get exclamation mark hosts. I would assume that's the one, and then you can follow the socials. Cool. All right, guys. Games are about to start. We're just waiting for the games to be published on chess.com, and we are just about to start. So Wait for a second. Wait for a second. Spam in the chat. Yes, get some flowers in. Yes, yes, get some energy. Get the energy going. Hikaru needs it. Hikaru needs to win 2 matches. So he definitely, it can be a very long day. Let me just put it that way. It's going to be a long, fun day with a lot of exciting chess. So get the energy up and don't let it burn out because we have a long day ahead. There we go. Loopsad with the gifted 10. Thank you very much, Loopsad, for the gifted 10 to Hikaru's channel. Appreciate it. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for the coverage. Appreciate it. Glad you like it. There we go. Let me see if I can find the games right now. There we go. Here we go, guys. The games have started. Fabiano starts with the white pieces against Hikaru's black pieces, and we have the POV from Hikaru's side. Bishop to f5. All right, what do we have here? Some sort of a Carlsbad structure, some sort of a Rogozin, but with a knight on c6. That might be problematic for the moment for a black. You have to find a way to reroute this knight and then play the move c6. That is the problem in a black's position, because whenever you move the knight, for the moment at least, you have to deal with some attacks on c7. So that might be a little bit problematic. This is the big question that Hikaru is looking to answer. At the same time, he does have this beautiful e-file open, potentially for the rook and potentially for a rook swing. Imagine this. You get a knight to e2, you go castle, you say, okay, my king is nice and safe, tucked in on a g1, and then boom, a rook jumps to g6. Boom, a bishop jumps to h3, putting a lot of pressure on g2. Anything can happen in this type of situations. Rook to e1, rook to e8, excuse me, and now Fabiano is taking his first think. Hikaru is still blitzing out his moves. That is a very encouraging sign. It goes to show that he came to this tournament, he came to this match very well prepared. As we can, we could anticipate that Hikaru is going to come very well prepared. He wants to win this one. Well, he also literally doesn't care. So there we go. All right. What do we expect? Most likely knight to e2. You could consider getting the knight out to f3. The problem is, look at this beautiful knight on e4. At some point, you will want to play f3. You will want to challenge, the knight on e4. You have a couple of ways of doing so. One way is to go knight to f3, knight to d2, and then try to put some pressure on the knight on e4. The thing is, the knight on e4 is very, very well protected for the moment. 1, 2, 3 protectors on that beautiful knight on e4. So that's one way to try. Another way to try is to do it just with knight to e2. That makes a lot of sense as well. And in my opinion, that's probably the better way of dealing with this position. Knight to e2, castle, and then play the move f3. Keep this move f3 in your back pocket. So very, very tense position, I have to say, but encouraging sign is the fact that Hikaru is not spending any time for the moment, and Fabiano is thinking. And by the way, he chose knight to f3, the one that I was touting as being the inferior choice, which is interesting. That's, I would say, knight to f3 is more of a passive stance, because if you want to burn some bridges, if you want to create some imbalances, you go knight to e2 and then f3 later on. Maybe even consider long castle. That's an interesting idea. But right now with the knight on f3, he's saying that, okay, I want to take a more tame approach to the position. I want to play slowly as white. That gives black, that gives Hikaru some extra chances of not being put under pressure early on. So who knows? Maybe queen to d7 is a move. Maybe even h6 to stop any sort of knight to g5 later on in the future. By the way, knight to g5 is not really on pre, right? For example, if I go queen to d7, you can have ideas of knight g5, because once you take, I take on f5, and this bishop is under attack. So very intriguing position. Very, very tense. And I want to say this was the trademark of this clash between Hikaru and Fabiano. Tension on the board. Every single game in the previous match that we've seen between these two players, there has been some severe tension on the board, building up all the way until the end. And then at the end, everything explodes and we get a result. Usually a decisive result. Sometimes we get a draw, but even the draws are completely wild. So this is what I'm expecting from this game as well, and from this match as well. I don't think we're going to see any change of plans, any change of strategy between these two players. I think they're going to come out guns blazing and, just have fun. Don't care, just have fun, enjoy the game, enjoy the tournament. These two players are in the grand finals, and they're also guaranteed to play in Division 1 next cycle of the Champions Chess Tour. So that's already, as Hikaru already pointed out, top 3 finishers are already feeling quite good about themselves because they have a guarantee for the upcoming Champions Chess Tour. So Castle game is still building up, developing. Fabiano is not taking any humongous risks by going long castle. He decides against it. He goes short castle. Okay, sure. Why not? Now, you might be wondering, why don't I just go queen g6 and I have some ideas of knight to g3, maybe opening up this diagonal, putting some pressure on the bishop on d3 and the queen on c2. Also, maybe bishop to h3 has an idea. The problem is with this knight on f3, this queen to g6 doesn't work, or even rook to g6 doesn't really work that well because of knight to h4. That's a problem, right? That's a double attack. Knight to h4 hits the queen, hits the bishop on f5, and once you go queen f6, well, this is sort of problematic, right? Too many pieces on this diagonal and you're going to lose a piece, you're going to lose the game. So you cannot do that. You cannot go queen to g6. Is g5 a move? That's an interesting one. And this kind of goes to show once again how dangerous this pin on the knight on e4 is. g5 doesn't work because I take, and you can take back, but then I just simply take on f5. And that's a pawn up. That's the 2 bishops for white. I have some pressure on h7, pressure on c7. The king is weak because the g file has been opened. So this is not a good option. Down the line, so perhaps this is why black could start with the move h6. Where is Maria today? That is a very good question. So Maria is in Astana. She is doing the opening ceremony for the World Championship match. She's quite busy, I have to say. But you're stuck with me. And me only, baby. Me only. All right. Made it just in time. There we go. I think she's moving somewhere. No. She's not moving. She's working right now. Get some flowers. Get some energy going on in the chat. Hikaru needs it. I'm going to lose my voice. No. I'll be fine. I have good training. Do you have a favorite between Ding and Nepo? I don't have a favorite per se. No. But most likely we will discuss that and give our official predictions in our next podcast. So keep an eye out for that one. I have some ideas of who I have and who I see as a favorite going into this one. Knight to d6. Okay, this is an interesting one. The big question is, can you take, and then after knight takes f5, take on c7? And I think the answer is no, for the simple fact that I go rook to c8, and now whenever you move the bishop, I will have a discovery attack, right? With the rook on c8, queen on c2, quite feeble. I can take on d4. Then I'm going to follow it up with taking on f3, and my position is perfectly fine. So after knight to d6, no bishop to f5 was the decision by Fabiano. He played a move rook a to c1. Again, what black's big problem in this position is, and we've been talking about it from the beginning of the game, is this knight on c6, right? You want to get this pawn on c6. If you can get the pawn to c6 and replace the position of this knight with a pawn, then your structure is going to be intact. Your structure will not have any problems. You will not have this weakness on c7. So this is the big struggle right now. How do we get the knight to move in time and play the move c6? Bishop takes d3. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Queen takes d3 came immediately, as it should. And once again, rook a c8 is what I recommend to be played in this position. Am I Italian? No, I am not Italian. I am Romanian originally, but I've been living in the United States for quite a while now. Knight to c4. All right. Hikaru is saying, I don't want to deal with anything passive. I don't want to play rook c8, stay passive. Let's rumble. Let's rumble, and this is exactly what's happening right now with this move. It's an invitation to a dance after this move, knight to c4. If you take on c7, I go rook to ac8, you kick the bishop back, and then most likely I'm going to take on b2. The problem is, if I take on b2, maybe you can go queen to b3, I go back to c4, and then you take on b7. So I'm still trying to understand whether the complications and the tactics work in Hikaru's favor right now. Let's see. Let's take a look. So I continue taking. I take this guy on a3 as well. Now I restored, let's say, the material balance. But the problem is I'm looking at this pawn structure, very intact, right? Very beautiful pawn structure. And how many islands does black have? 1, 2, and 3. So whenever you have more pawn islands, in general, it's considered to be not that great. So I'm a bit worried about this bishop takes c7, but it's not an easy move to make for white either. So this is definitely throwing the gauntlet. This last move by Hikaru is definitely throwing the gauntlet. Knight to c4, start picking up these pawns on this side. I have another question. What if I go b3? As white, do you take this pawn? Do you venture into the lion's den like that? What if I go rook to a1? How do you defend this guy? This knight. This is a very dangerous venture, but I think you defend. I think you just go queen to e7. That defends the knight. And then if you give me one more move, I'm going to go a6 followed by knight to b5. Okay, we have some moves. Bishop takes c7 was played. This was the move that I was worried about. For the simple fact that you just pick up the pawn. It's just simple math, right? You get a pawn. I get a pawn with knight takes b2, but the problem is you get to my b7 pawn as well. So that is a little bit of an issue that I'm seeing right now. Hikaru will need to pull something out of a rabbit out of his hat. Show us some magic right now. Rooks to c8 is an idea. Knight takes b2 is an idea as well. Right now, the players are very close in time expenditure as well. 8 minutes and 50 seconds for Hikaru, and thinking right now, 9 minutes and 40 seconds for Fabiano. So the game is still heating up right now. We're still in the middle game. Oh, out out of his hat, guys. Come on. Come on. Come on. Rook to e7. This is still opening theory. I'm not convinced about that. Rook to e7, I go bishop to g3. This is why I don't like to play rook, rook to e7, because of bishop g3, and now there's a problem with bishop to h4. So, for example, you don't have really enough. That's a good idea, and that's a very good question, right? Because rook to e7 attacks the bishop, but at the same time, once you move the bishop, it defends the pawn on b7. The problem is, once you get on c4 back, I have bishop to h4. And that's the extra avenue of attack that white has once you place that rook on e7. So let's see. We have a move, rook a c8. Yes, yes. This is what we were expecting. Bishop to f4. Is that an ADCC t-shirt. That is an ADC t-shirt. Yes, that is correct. Glad you noticed. Bishop to f4. Queen to g6. Okay. So Hikaru is taking a completely different approach. He's saying, all right, look, I'm a pawn down. But if we do exchange the queens, then you have some problems defending these pawns. And I might not even take this pawn on b2 and allow you to invade with your rook. I might just play a strategic game. Say that my knights are very nicely placed, potentially getting one of them already on c4, very beautiful square. The other one maybe is going to land on b3. So, and after that, despite the fact that I'm a pawn down, I will be able to double up on the c file. And that's going to put increasing pressure on your position. At the same time, this bishop on f4, where is he going? Where is the bishop going? Is the question. Is this final 4 games? Yes. So this is what we have right now, just to remind our viewers. We have the grand finals between Hikaru and Fabiano Caruana. And the first match, since Fabiano won the champions bracket, he has 2 lives. Hikaru won the elimination bracket, so he only has 1 life. And what a match that was yesterday against Magnus Carlsen. So, by the way, we have a game. We have a move. Fabiano sidesteps the queen trade, and he goes with queen to c3. And we'll discuss the position in just a second. But just to give you a rundown of where we are right now, is 4 games. This is the first match of the finals. If Hikaru wins, first 2.5 points, best out of 4. This is the first match. If Hikaru wins, then we go into another mini match, only 2 games, and that's going to be best out of 2, obviously. And if Hikaru wins that, then he gets the title. That is the run of the show for the moment, for today, guys. It's hard for white to attack the d pawn. It is very hard for white to attack the d pawn. I wouldn't say impossible, but definitely very hard. What white has right now is just a pawn up. That is the advantage that white has right now. At the same time, black has some compensation, specifically on the c file. This b3 move asks a very salient question. Why can't you just take on a3? You might be wondering. The problem is, how do you defend the knight on a3? The knight ventured into the lion's den a bit too much, and now it doesn't have a way out. Queen to e7, unfortunately, is not a defense because of bishop to d6, and then I pick up the knight on a3. So Hikaru had to drop back with the knight. Back to d6. He's going back to this important square on e4. We're on kick, so the mods could get a mini fridge in the basement. Emotionally exhausted? I don't think so. No. I don't think so. I actually say that after yesterday's match, Hikaru must be on a pretty serious high, because when you beat Magnus Carlsen in such a fashion, yeah, you beat him in the last few seconds of the Armageddon, defend a very difficult position with the black pieces and less time. That's a good feeling. That's a good feeling that you take with you for the foreseeable future. Like he's going to take that energy for a very long time. By the way, this position is not that easy for white, despite the fact that white has a pawn up. Black has a lot of control over the light squares. Look at this knight on e4, back to his beautiful home. But right now, there's no bishop on d3 to potentially exchange it. So this knight has a pretty long life to live, maybe, unless you go knight to d2. Okay, maybe knight to g. Maybe knight on e4 doesn't have such a long life to live. But if you don't tackle that knight, then I'm going to have some interesting ideas. Maybe knight to a5. Put some pressure on b3, queen to b6. I want to coax you. I want to force you to play the move b4. Time is getting more equal. Time is actually pretty much equal at this moment. It's 6 minutes and 37 for Hikaru, 6 minutes and 15 seconds for Fabiano. So I'm telling you guys, this is going to go down to the wire, as usual, between these two players. these matches have been going down to the wire, and this is what I'm expecting. I'm not expecting anybody to have, even if somebody gets a winning position out of the opening, these two players are so resilient, right? And Hikaru has showed his resiliency and his tenacity to defend for so many years already. I mean, some would say that he's one of the best, if not the best defender in chess right now. So it's not going to be easy for either of these players to convert. This night, the Chess Illuminati is behind this game. Yes. That's it's all scripted. It's all scripted, guys. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. All right, we see an exchange. I like what Hikaru is doing. Rook to c8, offering even more trades. But keep in mind that, and this is some sort of a Russian chess school all saying that the cooperation between the queen and the knight is better than the cooperation between the queen and the bishop. Don't quote me on that. It's some Russian dude that probably said it many, many years ago, if not hundreds of years ago. And it stuck with the chess world, with the chess trainers all over the world. And it does seem to hold some value. The queen and the knight cooperation generally does feel a little bit better to play with than the queen and bishop, because they complement each other much better, right? The knight can jump over pieces, the bishop cannot jump over the pieces, the queen cannot move like a knight, the queen can move like a bishop. Is that the best explanation that you've ever heard? Probably. So yes, the queen moves like a bishop, the queen doesn't move like a knight. That's why queen and knight is better than queen and bishop. Simple. Very, very simple. All right, knight to d2. Is ice cream cold? Yes, something like that. How does the horse... Nobody knows how the horsey moves. Somebody was saying g5 a long time ago. This g5 move right now is a really good move. This g5 move is a really good move right now. Gaining more space. That would be a good find for Hikaru right now if he manages to find it. You have to make a luft at some point anyway. You have to make space for the king, right? To breathe. You don't want to have, and you don't want to deal with any sort of back rank problems. So how do you do that? The best way possible to do that is to play g5 right now. Of course, he moves like a 7, something like that. Something like that. Queens usually has a knight to protect her. The bishop is not really involved. That's the second best explanation I've heard today. Second best after mine. All right, g5. We're expecting that move. Not an easy move to make, by the way, because it does weaken your king a little bit. Now, as we get closer and closer to the end game, as these two rooks are going to get traded off, most likely on the c file, the king is not going to be in danger that much. So that's why maybe Hikaru is going to understand what he needs to do, understand that he needs to gain some more space, make some space for his king as well, and play the move at g5. That would be a good find. He plays it! As I was saying, he plays it. He's tuned into the matrix, guys. It's the Illuminati. All right. It's all scripted. I mean, you know how it goes. It's all scripted. The horsey can control both colors. g5. He plays it. There we go. Bishop to g3. All right. How do we do it? Do we go h5, h4? These guys are good. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Do we go h5, h4? Or do we just simply go king to g7 first? You can also just take on c2 and then follow it up with h5, h4. That's an option as well. You have to create as many problems for this bishop on g3 as possible. And you have to do it fast, because if you don't, then you're going to have some issues with f3. Gotta deal with this knight. As long as the knight is still in the center, black is doing great. Maybe. Maybe Pulsar jelly. Maybe. All right. Big moment. Every single move right now, as we are approaching the last few minutes of this match, every single second, every single move is going to be crucial. So 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Rook to c6 makes a lot of sense. You want to double up with the queen behind the rook on c6, and then that's going to force white to trade, but trade on your own terms, because once you take back with the queen on c6, you're going to have full control over the c file. So this makes a lot of sense. This is a very good practical move by Hikaru. And right now, it's unclear how to continue. I'm not going to lie. Look, a pawn is a pawn, and grandmasters in general, they love pawns. At the same time, the position is getting more and more difficult to tame. And if you look at the quality of the pieces, look at the bishop on g3, it's not doing that much. The knight on e4, amazing knight. The knight on e7, you have to find a job for the knight. Nevertheless, once again, we've talked about jumping knights. Look at this jumping knight potentially coming to f5. Whenever you're going to play f3, this e3 pawn is going to become a weakness. This queen, if we do exchange on the c file under my terms, with the queen jumping back to c6 and then taking advantage of the open c file, that queen could potentially swing on c1 later on in the game. This one is looking good. This one is looking good and still balanced. White is up a pawn, but the compensation is rising in the position. Compensation is rising right now. And right now, you remember a couple of minutes ago, it was Hikaru who was down a minute. It's Fabiano right now who is down a minute on the clock and ticking quickly. 3 minutes, 26 seconds for Hikaru. 2 minutes and 40 seconds for Fabiano, guys. This is, the compensation is rising, baby. All right, knight f1. Let's see. Knight f1. He's saying that whenever I go f3, I don't want this knight to be able to take my knight. That's what Fabiano is telling. It's a discussion they're having right now. They're discussing with their pieces right now, these two players. And Fabiano, that's exactly what he just communicated to Hikaru. Hikaru is saying, okay, dude, I understand. I understand what you're saying. How do I get to your light square weaknesses? I'm expecting queen to c8. That's my guess. My guess is that he's going to go queen to c8. Fabi is bluffing. No bluffs yet. No bluffs yet. He's not giving away any pawns or anything of that nature. Hikaru is not bluffing either. And by the way, these times are swinging back and forth. Good move by Hikaru. Great move. Now f3, cancel. You cannot play the move f3. If you play f3, I take on g3, and then you lose a piece, a full piece. You cannot take back because I take the queen on d3. So queen to f5 specifically, once again, is that discussion, is that dialogue going on between these two players. You want to play f3? Nope, denied. You don't play f3. Thank you very much. Get the queen off this diagonal if you want to play f3. And then once you do that, check this out. This queen is going to swing to b1 and it's going to put a lot of pressure. So what I'm seeing, maybe queen to d1. Maybe queen to d1 is a move for white to try to get this queen off this diagonal and play the move f3. If you don't do that, if you give me some more tempies, then I'm going to play h5. Next move is well, actually, next move, if you don't get the queen off this diagonal, I'm going to go knight takes g3. Knight takes g3 is a big threat right now. Knight takes g3 is a big threat right now. You got to move this queen. Very tempting is to go queen to b5, but that wasn't a good move. He plays queen to d1, knight to c3. Hikaru immediately jumps at the opportunity to activate his pieces with this move, knight to c3. This knight with the other knight, compensation is rising. The compensation right now is rising. Pawn down, but this position is complex as it can be. Check this move out. Knight to b1. Oh, knight to e4. Okay. Hikaru is saying, maybe let's tease you with a draw offer. You want to go back to d1? Maybe we'll make a draw. Why not? I mean, Fabiano says, no, we're not going to make a draw. But psychologically, If you don't accept the draw and then you end up in a worse position in a defensive stance, then you're going to start beating yourself up, saying, okay, why didn't I take the draw, right? So that was a nice psychological play by Hikaru. I like that. Fabiano down to his last minutes. Hikaru building up a beautiful time advantage, 2 minutes and 24 seconds. The trend is your friend, guys. We've been talking about it. We've been talking about it quite a lot. The trend is your friend. And right now, this game is trending in Hikaru's favor. H5, you try to go H4. This bishop doesn't have a lot of squares left. You have to make a decision. And one of the decisions is to play either H4, H3, or F3 in the position. He plays the move H4, but now, wait a minute. What if I take, queen to G4, continue attacking this bishop? You go back. Now my queen is swinging. This H4 is suspicious. This is a suspicious move, guys. You can take queen G4, get the queen to D1, get the pawn to H4. This bishop is starting to feel feeble. This queen is starting to swarm around your king, putting some pressure on. This is looking good. Take on H4. Take on H4, go queen to G4, queen to D1. That's the recipe for success right now. And by the way, check this out. Top, 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 top. Let's say you don't have F3. F3 unfortunately wins for white. But let's say you don't have F3. You go bishop H2. Boom. You get mated, baby. You get mated. Don't allow that. Don't allow that. So your king is starting to feel the heat as well. If he does take on H4, this is a big, big moment right now. Big, big moment. He plays G4. Ooh. That was not the right decision. No, Hikaru, that was not the right decision. He had to take on H4. Okay, still the game goes on. 27 seconds. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination right now. Knight to E7. He's looking at the G6 square. Only 15 seconds for Fabiano. Extreme pressure. Knight to G3. All right. Let's take on G3. Take. Go back to C8 maybe. Take the C file. Get this knight to F5. That's an idea. Get a queen to D3. That's an idea. You have a few ideas in the position, as you can probably tell. I like queen D3. He goes queen C8. Okay. He goes queen C8. King to H2. Once again, it's all about the time right now. It's all about the time right now. Fabiano is playing on increment. Oh, Hikaru is launching into the attack. I'm not playing around. I'm just going to go queen C6, get the king to E6, get the knight to G6, and then at some point I'm going to go F4. Hikaru is not playing around right now. Get the king to F7, no, A6. Yes, he's putting the king on E6. He's having this light square strategy going on right now. A very intriguing strategy, I have to say. But I like it. I mean, it looks good. It looks good. Aha. Oh my goodness, he's going. He's going to E4. He's going back to his home. The problem is this queen is invading right now. And the king is getting a little bit weak. Okay, good move. Good move. Stop the queen from going to F8. Where is the queen going? You have to stop the... Don't let the queen get in. Do not let the queen get in. But how do you stop it? I guess you have to go king E7. You have to go king E7. Yes, he goes king E7. Bishop to F4. Okay, now I can jump with the knight, with a horsey. Put some pressure on F2. Yes. 10 seconds. I'm starting to look at checkmates. Queen C1, knight D2. Bishop G5. No, that cannot be a good move for... Okay, but what if I just go here? Yes. Yes. No, this is good. Queen D8 is going to be met by Queen D6. Check. We go into the endgame, and the knight is going to be so much more powerful than the bishop. This is good for Hikaru. Hikaru might take this. Hikaru might actually win this game. Knight to D2. Hikaru might actually win this game. This b-pawn is going to go down the board. A pawn down the whole game. And right now, you cannot stop the b-pawn. There's no stopping the b-pawn. The b-pawn is going. Once you play e4, the d4 pawn, yeah, this is over. b4. Push the pawn. Take on d4. Knight takes d4 and b3, b2. That's the recipe right now. Knight takes d4, you take, but you don't have time to catch the pawn. b3, b2, b1, queen. And he plays it. He's done it. He's done it. And we see Hikaru in the chat. What is the Illuminati? Hikaru is in the chat already. He might have won already. He might have won already because we are on a delay. All right. Let him cook, baby. Let him cook. And now we have d3, d4, d3. Wait, what's happening? What is happening? Knight to d3, and I think that's game over. And that's why Hikaru is in the chat. Hello, Hikaru. Nice game. That was crazy. Insane. A pawn down from move like 10 or something along those lines when he lost that pawn on c7. Very brief compensation, but the compensation was rising. The compensation was slowly building up, slowly rising. And yeah, I mean, it reached that peak. And with low time control, it's pretty much impossible to stop the compensation from spilling out. And that's exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened. And Hikaru takes a big lead. I'm not going to say a big lead right now with the black pieces, winning the first game with the black pieces. That sends a very big and serious message to Fabiano. Hikaru is not here to play right now. But guys, the second game is going to start in about 5 minutes. We're going to take a short break. I'm going to catch my breath, and I will see you guys after the break. And we are back, guys. What a first game we had. Incredible turnaround from Hikaru. He didn't get an easy position out of the opening. He really was under pressure early on. It seemed like Fabiano came with some serious preparation, but Hikaru kept his cool. Kept going down the line and taking the time lower and lower, closer to that 1 minute margin. And then once time trouble started, I mean, he just took over. And that's exactly what happened. Took over, swindled, and won an important game with the black pieces. And right now he has the white pieces. Now the strategy is, what do you guys think the strategy is? What would you do if you were in Hikaru's shoes? Would you just try to tame the game, make a draw, and take, milk this minimal advantage of 1 point, or would you try to strike again and try to get a revenge? Because let's not forget, the first match ended in only 3 games between these two players. Fabiano took that one 2.5 to a half. Right now, I'm sure Hikaru has revenge on his mind, and he's going to try to make a statement. Say that, look, you got me the first one, but I'm going to try to get you as fast as possible in the second one. And he's putting early on pressure in the center, knight c3, knight d5, waiting for black to play the move d6. I mean, don't do this. Don't play d6. This would be a tremendous blunder because of bishop to g5, and this bishop is not back on e7. You don't have a good way to defend this pin. You're going to be losing very quickly. So don't do that. That would be a bad move. And he's not going to do it, obviously. He played the move h6. Exactly. Getting ready for this move d6 and not allow the bishop to pin the knight on f6 with bishop g5. This makes a lot of sense. Now, I'm looking at the position and I'm seeing a couple of plans for white. One of them is take advantage of the fact that you just played this move h6. How do you do that? Well, it's very easy. You go h3, then you go g4, and then you go g5, and then you try to break on the king side. You keep the king on e1. You don't castle yet. Then you just do this crazy plan on the king side. That's a bit of a double-edged sword, right? Because once you play h3, g4, then I can just simply sidestep that attack with the move knight to h7 and focus on my own counterattack. Perhaps that's not what Hikaru is going to do. Or maybe he is. Wait a minute. What is this move? Is this some sort of preparation by Hikaru, or is this a mouse? Like, what is this? No, Hikaru he's nodding his head. He knows this move. This must be his preparation. He's nodding, bobbing his head, bobbing and weaving. you know, he's saying rook to g1, g4, g5 is coming. G4, g5 is coming. How do you stop that? And if you don't stop it, then you're going to suffer dire consequences on the king side. So you better do something, and you better do it fast, because I'm coming. That's what he's saying right now. That is what he's saying right now. Putting a lot of pressure. Rattling Fabiano. I'm not sure about rattling, but he's definitely putting early on pressure. And look, with this type of short time control, putting early on pressure on your opponent is crucial. I cannot emphasize how important it is. It's crucial. Bishop to e6. That's a good move by Fabiano. Now, the idea behind this bishop e6 is pretty easy. Once you he plays it so fast. Holy smokes. Hikaru is cooking something. Hikaru has something cooked from home. And right now, he's just getting ready, getting the dish ready. He's getting the dish ready right now. G4, G5 is coming. G4, G5 is coming. Maybe knight H4, knight F5. That's an idea as well. That's an idea as well. He's bringing his homemade bento. Bento, pesto sauce, whatever you want to call it. He is cooking right now. Put the pawn on H5 and go G5. That's an option. Put the knight on H4, get a knight to F5. That's another option, which he decides to do. The thing is, this knight is going to land on F5. You cannot stop it with the move G6, because you're simply going to lose a pawn on H6. So what you have to do, if you do want to do that, you have to first defend this pawn on H6. How do you do that? Probably with king H7. The problem is you're not in time. I go knight F5, G6, boom. Now I have two attackers on H6. So I can take on H6 once again. Once the knight lands on F5, forget about what the engine is saying. It's very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable to defend this position, right? Because with a knight so close to your king, this rook eyeing your king on the G file, if the G file opens up, you're completely busted as black. You get checkmated. So you start seeing ghosts in the position, maybe ghosts that are actually there, maybe real ghosts. So you have to do something. You have to be very precise, and you have to do something as black to not get checkmated on the G file. How do you do that? Probably with a counterattack in the center. You have to do something along the lines of D5, open up the D file, and then try to get your counterattack. But that's easier said than done, because this will basically be a one-move calculation. And if you miss one move and you're one move short, then you get checkmated. You're on the edge of the world right now. Where this black king on G8 is on the edge of the world, because you miss one move, you miss one tempo, one beat, and you're getting checkmated. All right, D5 is on the board, probably the best move. Again, he understood. These are very good. Both of these players are very, very good. He understood that he needs to do something in the center. Small time advantage cooking, yes, there is a small time advantage. It's not that pronounced, and it's not that important. At least not until it gets down to the last 5 minutes. Once we enter those last 5 minutes, every single second counts. Every single second counts. Right now, Hikaru has the opportunity to stop, think, choose his option. Knight to F5 is one of them. To try to go G5 next move. You can also just simply start with G5. To be honest, the more I look at this move, I'm starting to feel more and more inclined to try to play for G5. If you take on G5, obviously that's not something that you want to see. I'm going to take with the bishop. I have knight F5 coming. The G file has opened up. You are busted. You cannot do that. But what to do? If you go G5, maybe H5, maybe give up the pawn like this. And after queen takes H5, just simply take, maybe take on B3, maybe go G6, even though if you take on B3, I think you get checkmated. Some G6, some knight F5. Oof, this is dicey. This one is dicey for black. G6 is coming. That's going to support the checkmate on H7. That's going to open up, force the exchange with the F7 pawn, and that's going to open up the G file. You're getting checkmated. And the problem is, This queen is doing a tremendous job of trying to get the checkmate, but also, hey, guess what? Oh, it's a mate. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Check my queen out. Queen can move backwards as well. Very nice, very nice. All right, there we go. There we go. Takes, takes, takes. He's thinking about it. He played g5. He played g5. That's a good move. All right. Whoa, wait a minute. He took on e4. Can I take on h6? Can I take on h6? Wow, no way. Queens can go backwards. That's right. That's right. I know. You learn all sorts of new tricks on this channel. But not for me. But not for me. Call an ambulance, but not. All right. D takes e4. I take on h6. You go g6. You have to defend the g file. Once again, you cannot continue taking in the center because you get checkmate. For example, just to give you an idea of what can happen, I take, you have to move the rook, boom, queen moves forward and backwards. Good luck defending queen to h8, checkmate. There's no way you defend against that. That's over. Game over. Finito. So, what can you do as black? Probably after taking on h6, the best move would be to go g6. And now he took on e4. Okay. So he decided to maintain the tension as is. He decided to maintain the tension as is, which I kind of like. I kind of like, because right now I am threatening to take on h6, but perhaps I'm not going to hurry taking on h6. What I think I'm going to do, I'm going to go queen to h5 first. And then, for example, if you go rook to d8, I go queen to h5. Or even queen to g4 is a move. Check this out. Why not queen to g4? All right, so my coach, who was very old school back in the days, he basically had one rule about how to teach chess. And the only thing that I had to look out for was after every single move, he told me to have this imaginary notebook next to me and write down, in my mind, obviously, otherwise people would think I'm crazy, write down the consequences of my opponent's moves, the consequences of my own moves as well. So what is the consequence of this move, rook a to d8, if you do get to play it? And actually it was played on the board, so we have this move. The first consequence that you should be thinking about is your a6 pawn now becomes a target. So queen to g4 would not be a normal move that you would be thinking about. Look, you've spent so much time, you've spent so many resources trying to attack me on this side, and now you're going to just close shop and exchange the queens? Probably not a good idea, right? But the thing is, the transition into the endgame actually favors white, because you have these new targets in the position, the pawn on a6. And by the way, you take, I take. First, you have to deal with the pawn on h6. You have to play the move h5, drop back, and now you have to come back with the rook to a8. That allows me to get the d file. This knight is landing on f5. I don't have to worry about any sort of counter chances that you might have against my king on e1. And I have to say, I'm looking at the position. I have more space on the king side. I have a nice weakness to play against. By the way, he did not play it. He played the move queen to f3. He played queen f3. Yeah, queen f3, I have to say, is probably the most not practical, but this is something that I would play as well. Queen to f3. I would not be even thinking about queen to g4 and the transition into the endgame. It's so difficult to switch, right? Your mindset. You've been attacking from the beginning of the game, and right now you have to switch and go into an endgame. It's not an easy mental switch to do. It was the right one, but Hikaru decides to keep and maintain the tension on the king side with this move, queen to f3. 9 minutes for Hikaru, 10 minutes for Fabiano. Am I late? You are a little bit late, Meow. Yes, you are a little bit late because the first game has already finished. This is best out of 4. And Hikaru took the early lead with the black pieces, won an important game, beautiful game, with the black pieces. 1-0 for Hikaru, best out of 4. First one to reach 2.5 points. Hikaru is one step closer to that goal. This is game 2. H5. All right. Why not queen to H5? That is a very good question. Why not queen to H5? And to be honest, this probably would have been my choice as well. The thing is, I can go G6. If you take on H6, you're going to get checkmated. Your queen is not ready to checkmate me. You need one more move to deliver the check. But in the meantime, hey, sure, you remember that queen coming back from H5. The queen cannot jump from H6 to D1, so you get checkmated. You're in trouble. You cannot do that. That's why he didn't play queen H5. We have queen to F3, and now H5 is on the board. Hikaru is thinking, pondering his options. He's understanding that it's not that easy, right? And I have a feeling, for example, the first thing that I'm looking at is B4. Why can't I play B4? Just kick the bishop out. And this is what I think the problem is. I'm going to take on B4. You take back, and I go knight to D4. Or perhaps I can even take on B4. And now that's a check. That's another check. You want a piece, but I have tremendous compensation. We don't want to see the compensation rising. And right now the compensation is rising for black. So this is what I think he's worried about. He took the pawn on A6. Whoa. Whoa. He just took the pawn. Wait a minute. Is this a move? That's probably not a move. That's a ballsy decision. I'm not gonna lie. That if that works, you just pick up the pawn. Sure, that's nice. That's a ballsy decision. Maybe it works. A juicer is a juicer. Yes. I mean, we all know. A juicer is a juicer indeed. Take the pawn and run the king to G2 or H1. Yeah, that's an idea. That is an idea, and that's probably what he's thinking about. Question is, who's going to be... Are you going to be fast enough running down the king? Maybe you are. Maybe this is the right move. Maybe this is the right move. Take on F2? I don't think you can take on F2. Take on F2, I just take, right? No. You cannot take on F2. Yasser approves. Yes. Yasser definitely approves. Does Fabi have knight to D4? Well, the thing about knight D4, and maybe he does. Actually, yes, that is a very good question. He probably does have knight to D4. Because if you take, I'm not going to take on A6 and allow you to take my bishop on C5. I'm going to throw in a check first. I get the check in. You go king F1 or king E2, and then I take on A6. So, and he played it. He played the move knight to D4. Yes. Doesn't he just need 1.5 more points since he won the first game? Yes, he does. So Hikaru is 1.5 points away from clinching this match. In the next 3 rounds, he needs to get 1.5 points. That is very precise. Yes. This one is not an easy position right now. Yes. This one is not an easy position. And I'm looking at it from a practical perspective. By the way, Hikaru is laughing. Hikaru is shaking his head. He doesn't like something. What doesn't he like? What doesn't? Maybe he just simply doesn't like this position. Perhaps he missed, though I find it hard to believe that he actually missed knight to D4. He definitely didn't miss knight to D4. The question is, what did he miss after? If you take on E6 and I take on F3 and you take back and you take back on E6, the problem is you cannot take on E5. That is the unfortunate situation about this position, because if you take on E5, I take on F2, and then you lose the other exchange in the position, the game is over. You cannot do that. So what do you do after F takes E6? You probably have to defend and just stay like this. Maybe this is what he's going to go for. I think this is the best option for him right now, to go for this. Go bishop e3 next, play with an exchange down. You do have one pawn, and potentially you're going to grab another one on e5. This might be the best option. Hikaru needs to understand that he needs to pull the brakes right now. There is no more just going forward. You have to go into the endgame, and you have to try to stabilize the position. He's going for it. They're going right into this endgame, and we have rook to g3, the final move on the board. Let's see. There's a slight issue with this move, and that is black can probably try to swing in with the other rook. Rook to a8. So black would not want to go rook to d3 because after king to e2, everything is protected and the position is actually kind of nice, right? But if you do go rook to a8, that's what I'm afraid of. That's what I'm concerned about in this position. Rook to a8. Absolutely wild game. That's exactly, yes, exactly. Every single game between these two players has been wild so far. It's just, it finishes in the last few moments, every single one of them. They're both very precise. They're both extremely, extremely good at what they do. And it's very difficult to separate these two players right now. Every move changes everything. That's exactly true. Rook to d8. Rook to a8, excuse me. Rook to a8, king to e2. Now, most likely, there's going to be a swing of the rook to a1, and then we're going to have that particular endgame play out. Get some energy, guys. Get some energy in the chat right now. Hikaru needs it. Hikaru is right now with his back against the wall. He's defending. We know how proficient of a defender he is. He needs the energy. He needs the chat energy right now. Have you ever played against Hikaru? I've played against Hikaru a few times, yeah. Mostly in Title Tuesdays, I think. Maybe a couple of times in Title Tuesdays. I played him a couple of times over the board. Not in official games, but rather in blitz fun games. Let him cook. That's right. It's more of a defensive dish right now, but he's still trying to cook. He's still trying to maintain the tension. He's still trying to put as many problems for Fabiano as possible. So keep that in mind. What would a defensive dish be? What type of ingredients do we need for a defensive dish is the question. Maybe chat can help me with this type of life-altering questions. B4. Whoa. Well, that's a good sign. B4, you can take on B4. And that's going to eliminate some of the pawns. If I manage to exchange these pawns and then grab this pawn and only have to worry about the weaknesses and the pawns on the king side, then that's going to be more or less fine. I'm going to draw that. I'm going to draw that. So he took it. Guys. All right. This is once again an improvement. Slow but sure improvement. And this is what we want to see. Bishop to d2. Okay, this is an interesting one. Very puzzling decision, but all right. So if you do exchange, I'm going to take back. I'm going to defend the pawn on b3, and at the same time, I'm going to be ready to swing the rook on the c file. So it does pose some questions, especially practical questions. Look, forget about what the engine is saying, right? Forget about the engine saying that this is a bad move. You have to prove it. In a game of chess between two human players, it's so difficult with the clock ticking down to find the most precise moves. There you have it. There you have it. Immediately returned the favor with this move, bishop to c5. That's what I'm saying. It's so difficult. Bishop to c3 is on the board. This might be the problem. And perhaps this is something that Hikaru missed. Rook to f4, because right now, bishop to e5 is a threat. If you manage to get bishop takes e5, and then there's no more invasion via rook to f4, you don't have to worry about the central pawn on e4. You've already more or less equalized. You have 2 pawns for the exchange. Then the position is good. But this was a miss. And you can see Hikaru shaking his head right now. This was a miss. What he had to do was probably go for the pawn on e5, but in a different way. With the move g6, rook to g5, follow it up with rook takes e5, rook takes h5, and pose some problems against king on g8. So bishop to c3 was an unfortunate situation, because right now, after you take on e4, the problem is all the rooks, the rook on a8 is already active. I'm going to jump via the d file, but the other rook is activated as well. So he's going to go rook to b4, and now he's going to put a lot of pressure on b3. King to c2 most likely. But then you can take on f2. This one is not looking great, guys. This one is a difficult one right now. This one is a difficult one right now. Is this game over? Absolutely not. No. Forget about it. This is not over. This is definitely not over, but it's not easy. This one, after rook to f4, unfortunately, it became much more difficult because of my pieces getting active as black. So that's a bit problematic. And the thing is, I don't see a good way to defend this pawn on b3. I don't see a good way to defend the pawn on b3. For example, if you go king to c3, I go rook a b8. Then you try to go knight to d2, but now I can just simply take the pawn and pin you down from behind with bishop e1, and then the pawn on b3 is going to hang. So what I'm seeing is try to go from c2, right? Try to defend this pawn from c2, so that whenever you land with the bishop on e1, the knight on d2 is not going to be pinned. Whenever you take on b3, you're not going to take on b3 with a check. The problem is I can also pin you down on the f file with this move rook to f8. That might be the problem. Difficult situation right now. Difficult situation, and unfortunately for Hikaru, he's dropping down to his last 2 minutes and 30 seconds against 5 minutes. So almost double the amount of time, well, right now, double the amount of time for Fabiano Caruana as we enter those critical last 5 minutes. Critical last 5 minutes. This is what we've been talking about since the beginning of this clash. And he played king to c3. Okay. So he played king to c3. He's saying that at least if you try to go rook to f8, perhaps I have this nice little trick, knight to d4. You cannot take, actually you can, but at least your rook on b4 is going to stay under attack. So if you take, now you have to spend another tempo defending this rook, but at the same time, this bishop protects the pawn on f2. So I have my chances. Right now, I will have my chances to potentially make a draw. But Fabiano played the move rook a b8, knight to d2, and this is the line that we've been discussing with the bishop pinning down the knight on d2 from behind. Bishop to f2, bishop to e1, and that is a problematic situation right now. Problematic situation. Bishop takes f2. All right, still not over. Still not over. Maybe he can create... There we go. All right, there are some chances maybe. There are some chances. This is not yet GG. No. Okay, rook to b5 was a good move. Rook to d7 was actually a pretty serious threat. Rook to d7 followed by rook to g7. And that might actually be some serious compensation for the exchange. But rook to b5 was a good move by Fabiano. The problem is you cannot defend. You would love to keep the bishop in the center of the board. You cannot defend it because after rook takes b3, I'm picking up the rook on d3 as well. And once I exchange one pair of rooks, unfortunately, the game is over. So rook to b5, we have bishop to g3, bishop takes g3, rook takes g3, king to f7. Now the king is moving towards the pawn on g5. The knight, unfortunately, is stuck to the defense of the pawn on b3. Yeah, this one is is not looking good. But again, I mean, look, Hikaru has swindled and has managed to get away from deep trouble in his career. So never count Hikaru out. We know how tenacious he is and how good of a defender he is. So keep that in mind, guys. Keep that in mind. Rook to h3, king to g6. King to c2 has to drop back and then go knight to c4 so that you get a knight in play via e5. The question is, can the black king just simply invade right now? King to f5, king to g4. Chat, how many points is needed to win? 2.5. Right now, the score is 1-0 for Hikaru. He won the first game with the black pieces. And right now, this is the second game of a 4-game mini match. 2.5 points wins the match. Fabi is carry accurate this game. Yes. That's one of the things that he can definitely be. He can be very accurate. Both of these players have this quality about themselves. They're very good at calculation. They can be very precise, and they're not afraid, right? So even if they get attacked, they're not going to be afraid. They're just going to take the most objectively good decisions. B4, Hikaru is trying to muddy the waters, trying to potentially go king to b3, maybe rook to c3, king to a4, try to get the passed pawn. If I manage to get the passed pawn, then I have some chances, right? Yes. I've seen Hikaru work his way out of situations that were like total loss. That's exactly right. Yes. No, Hikaru is a very, very good defender. Again, perhaps the best defender that we have in chess right now. He's upped his defensive game so much in the last few years. It's just, you can never count him out. Simple as that. You can never count him out. This one is a difficult one. I'm not going to lie. I mean, it is a difficult one. Mostly because the material is so limited and you don't have a lot of tactics that you need to worry about as black. You only have a few weaknesses in the position, and then the plan is very easy. I just want to take up your pawns and then promote them. And the counter chances for white, are slim. You need to be able to create a passed pawn, but how do you do that, right? How do you do that? It's all about the time pressure. Yes, that is Hikaru's chance right now. He needs to get Fabiano in time pressure. Severe time pressure. Okay, rook to g3. Rook takes b3. He's picking up. Wait. No, but this you can take. Yes. So it seems like after knight takes e5, Hikaru decided to resign because you give a check, but the problem is I can cover with a move a rook to e4, and that's going to allow me to be just a rook up. Fabiano strikes back in the second game, and that levels the score. 1 apiece going into the final 2 games of this mini match. 1-1. Best out of 4. Whoever gets to 2.5 points wins the match. If the match is tied after 4 rounds, we're going to go into an Armageddon. Anything can still happen. Anything can still happen. This is the championship rounds. The last 2 rounds, very, very important. Guys, incredible match so far. Swings, back and forth, tense positions. A lot of fun. Hikaru vacation after this. I mean, anybody would need a vacation after such an incredible championship, right? Like these matches are not easy. You know, they last 5-6 hours. They're not easy from an emotional point of view, from an energy level point of view. This type of matches are going to sap into your energy levels quite a lot, whether you win or lose. Obviously, when you win, it's much nicer. You get an energy boost, but it's not easy all the time. Cool, guys. Let's see. Are we ready to take a break is the question. Or don't forget your breaks. This could be a very long day. That is true. I haven't been given the green light from our beautiful producers to take a break for this one, but perhaps we will be able to do so. I'm not 100% sure whether the games are going to start immediately. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. There we go. Green light for breath for a couple of minutes. I'll be back with game 3 from this incredible match. See you guys soon. And we are back, guys, with game 3 of this grand finals between Hikaru and Fabiano Caruana. So far, there is so little to separate these two players. 1-1 going into the third round. Best out of 4. First one to reach 2.5 points wins the match. So every single move is critical and crucial to this match situation. Right now, Hikaru will be having the black pieces. Round 3 is about to start. Let's see whether Hikaru is going to repeat what happened in the first game. He didn't get a very good position out of the opening, so perhaps, you know, if you are Fabiano, probably you're going to try to repeat. He decides not to repeat. He goes for this queen to c2 idea. Actually, no, never mind. This is what they played in the first round. So Caruana, you know, it makes a lot of sense that he will repeat what he played because he got a good position. Hikaru, on the other hand, most likely will try to come up with some new idea. So let's see what that new idea is going to be. Rook to e8, if I'm not mistaken, the last game saw bishop to d3. Bishop to d3 and then bishop to f5. Now we have a completely different approach by these two players. Knight to f3, no bishop to d3, knight to f3 first. And Hikaru launches with g5, g4. I mean, yeah, this is crazy. Thank you very much, Trokar, for the 10 gifted subs. We appreciate that. All right, so g5, bishop g3, g4. Keep launching forward. No care in the world for the king on g8. But this must be opening preparation. This must be opening preparation right now. And now we see bishop to f5, bishop to d3. You have to defend against knight takes g3. That would be a pretty much decisive move. Knight takes g3, opening up the bishop. Queen on c2 would be unprotected. So you have to defend the queen with the move bishop to d3. Set up this tension on the h7 b1 diagonal. The live board is bugged. We have the experts taking care of that, so no worries about it. That will be back soon in just a second. Bishop to g6. Okay. All right. An interesting position right now. And there's an option to potentially go, by the way, bishop to g6 has a very clear plan in mind, and that is to take on g3 later on. Take on g3 and then take on e5, and this bishop on g6 is going to be protected by both of these pawns. So that's very important. Bishop to f4, c5. I mean, this is already wild. This is already as wild as it can be. Most likely we're going to see something like castle short, and then c4 is going to come. And then that's going to force the bishop to trade on e4. I'm going to take back with the bishop on e4. And that's going to mean we're going to see the very touted opposite color bishops. Now, the biggest factor of assessment in opposite color bishops is initiative. Who has the initiative? Who has the better placed bishop? And in this case, if you look at the position, and we're headed towards this line, because White did play the move castle. Fabiano did play the move castle. We're expecting c4 from Hikaru. Bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4 would be forced. So now we see this bishop on e4. Beautiful diagonal, beautiful potential. Maybe even go to d3. I might even have the idea of just pushing my pawns. b5, a5, b4, and just try to create a pass pawn. So that's an idea as well for black. On the other hand, what is this bishop on f4 doing? Targeting his own pawn on e5, his own pawn on e3. This is not looking good for white, right? So this is a good situation right now with the black pieces for Hikaru. He has a golden opportunity of potentially getting the advantage out of the opening with the black pieces. That's not easy. That's never an easy task. So right now, golden opportunity for Hikaru. Very good preparation, I have to say, because the first game was not easy, and it was specifically in this line, it was Fabiano who changed the tune of the game a bit with that knight to f3, but right now we see Hikaru was ready for that, and now he has a better position. So let's see. Let's see whether he's going to go with the c4. And he does. And we're going straight into that line that we just discussed. c4, bishop takes c4, bishop takes c4. This is the current position. And yeah, I mean, this one is looking good, guys. This one is looking good. The potential for the attack is only in black's camp. I can even focus on this g2 pawn. I can focus on pushing my pawns on the queen side. I have the superior position both on the king side and the queen side, and potentially even in the center, right? With this bishop landing on d3. So I'm seeing this one. I don't see a lot of potential for the bishop on f4. No attacking capabilities for that bishop. And this one is looking good for Hikaru. No, Christian, don't jinx him. I know. It's the jinxing, man. It's the jinxing. All right. What do we expect is the question. What do we expect from white to play in this position? Queen to e2. All right. So queen to e2, obviously, you're attacking the pawn on a g4. I have a few options. Right now. I can say, all right, you can have my pawn with a move rook to e6. He said no. He said, I'm going to play simple chess right now. I'm going to defend the pawn, and I'm going to let you make the mistakes in the position. You try to find something, and if you don't find the right thing, you're going to get in trouble. By the way, I might at some point even pick up an exchange if you allow me to, though I'm not 100% sure I want to do that. In this position, the bishop on e4 might perhaps be stronger than the rook on f1. You never hear that from a grandmaster, because the grandmaster loves, and I mean it, loves their material advantage. So bishop to d3 would be a very tempting option later on if the rook remains on f1. But I have to say, from a visual perspective, this bishop on a4 is such a monster. Such a monster. Hikaru is giving Fabi his own medicine. I'm not 100% sure what that means, but most likely, yes. All right. What do we do now? What do we do now? The wooden shield. What is the wooden shield? You see, I don't know basic stuff. I don't know basic terminology. I do not know what the wooden shield is. I've heard of it. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I've heard of the wooden shield. I know the juicer. Everybody knows the juicer, right? Whoa. He does go for that. Okay. All right. He does go for that. So right now, he says, no, I'm not giving you my exchange. I'm going to go queen to d2. But now just push the pawns. Get the pawns going down the board. Get the pawns going down the board. It's when a bishop creates a triangle in the center. All right, that's the wooden shield. All right, I got it. This is the wooden shield right now. Bishop on d3, that's the wooden shield. Defended by the juicer on c4. And now push the juicers on the queen side. Get a5, b5. Get the juicers rolling down the board. Rook to e6, queen e7, b4. Support the juicer push. And that would be, yeah, that's a good plan. Rook to e6. All right, he's starting like that. That makes a lot of sense. Rook to e6, or all right. The queen is going towards d4. The queen wants to get centralized. Not only that, but once you land the queen on d4 as white, you also defend the very important pawn on b2. If you lose the pawn on b2, then this guy goes down the board. The c pawn becomes a pass pawn, and that's going to be all she wrote for white. So white has to do something, and most likely queen to c3, queen to d4 makes the most sense, at least to my eyes. But again, my eyes are of a regular grandmaster. This guy's eyes are of a elite level grandmaster. So, you know, they're different eyes. Maybe they see something else. Maybe they see something that I'm not seeing. Maybe that's why we don't see queen c3, queen to d4. Big moment right now. 10 minutes and 35 seconds for Fabiano. 12 minutes for Hikaru. Big moment, guys. How is this equal? No. This is not equal. This is definitely not equal. No. Black is better. The question is how much better. And the question is how easy is the plan of converting the advantage. Black is definitely better. Again, whenever you have opposite color bishops, the first thing you need to be looking at is whoever has the more active bishop. And it's pretty obvious which bishop is the more active one in this position. It's this bishop, the bishop on d3. No debate about that. No debate about that. The bishop on f4 is just eyeing its own pawns, basically defending the pawns. That's all the bishop is doing on f4. Computer says equal. Forget about the computer, guys. Forget for a second about the computer. Computer says every game is equal from the beginning of the game, right? That's just simply not the case. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody will make mistakes at one point or the other. Now, there's an interesting opportunity I'm spotting. So I've been touting this idea of pushing the pawns on the queen side. But what if we push the pawns on the king side? What if I go rook to g6 and then go h5 and then go h4 and try to go h3? If you allow me to put the pawn on h3 and force you to play g3, then I'm going to get the queen on the long diagonal. Queen f5, queen e4, and then you're going to get checkmated. So that's a problem. That's a problem you have to deal with. Interesting situation right now. You just have a menu of so many options right now as black. It's looking good, but you have to pick one and you have to do it fast. My 300 elo trusts you. So that's a dangerous thing to do, but yes, probably with 300 you should trust me. Yes. It's probably the educated right guess. Trust me. What if you push a d4? I wouldn't do that. I'm not even sure why. Just from a visual perspective, it doesn't feel like the right plan. Like I would just probably take on d4, you take back, and then I'm just going to try to go something like bishop g3, get the bishop back, then go queen to a3. Then I have b3 ideas because the bishop on d3 is right now a little bit unprotected, right? So no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. And he doesn't. He goes rook g6. That is the best move in the position. And again, he's recalibrating his focus. I'm sure he was looking at a5, b5 and expansion on the queen side first. Right now, he's signaling to a white that after this move, rook to g6, I'm going to be looking at your king. I'm eyeing for the king right now. I'm eyeing for the king right now. He wants to go h5, h4, h3. The problem is once the pawn lands on h4, you cannot go h3. And that's another reason why maybe rook to g6 is such a good move. You cannot go h3 because then I take, you cannot take back. You're pinned. The g file opens up, you're in trouble, right? You cannot do this. You cannot do this. It's an interesting position, guys. Very interesting position. A very interesting position. What to do as... Question is, what can you do as white? Can you do b3? How to create compensation, right? Because you know what black wants to do. You know, black's plan is very easy, very straightforward, right? h5, h4, h3. We already understood that. How do you create something to give yourself some chances as white is the question. The only thing I can see in the position is to somehow sacrifice the exchange. Play queen to c3, rook takes d3, try to get that bishop off the board and play an exchange down, but that's going to give you some practical chances. If you don't get rid of this bishop, I think white is just simply in deep, deep trouble. Deep trouble. And by the way, look at the time situation right now. Look at the time situation right now. 10 minutes for Hikaru, 7 minutes and 35 seconds for Fabiano. Definitely a very uncomfortable position for white in this instance. Have to say, this one is looking pretty decent for black, especially given the time situation that we have. Rook to e8, bring more firepower to the game. Yes, sure. That's the thing. You have time. One thing you shouldn't do right now, don't go rook to c8. That would be the biggest mistake that you can do in this position. Rook takes d3, and now we see the firepower of the two pieces on the c file. You take, I take, we exchange, and that's pretty much game over because I'm going to go rook to c1, catch the pawn before it promotes, and that's all she wrote. So no, you cannot do that. Be careful. Do not go rook to c8. Rook to e8 makes a lot of sense, but again, it's all about the simple plan. Just get the pawns going. Get the pawns going. Does Hikaru win the match with this win? No. Hikaru does not win the match with this win. Right now, the score is 1-1. It's first to 2.5 points. So Hikaru needs 1.5 points from the next 2 games to win the match. Fabiano also needs 1.5 points out of the next 2 games to win the match. So this is the tension right now. Queen to f5. And now we have b3 on the board. b5 makes a lot of sense. A big blunder. Well, first of all, do not take on b3. Of course, you cannot take on b3 because this bishop on d3 would be lost. Definitely, you don't want to do that. The one thing that makes a lot of sense in the position is to just go b5. Hikaru says no. Hikaru says queen to e4. So he's setting up for this idea of going once again, h5, h4, h3, get the pawn to h3, and then that's pretty much checkmate. So it's a good plan. One thing you don't want to do, at least I don't think you want to do as white, is exchange the queens. Because if you do exchange the queens, then I have a feeling this endgame is just, I don't want to say hopeless, but it's a very difficult defense. Once again, black has easy play. b5, a5, rook to a6, put pressure on the pawn on a3. This one is just looking crushing. Crushing. So, yeah, queen to e4, from a practical perspective, it's a good decision. Very good decision. Rook to d2. And now, the simple plan. We've been talking about the simple plan for a very long time. Just go h5, h4, h3, and he goes for it. He goes for it, guys. Doesn't Fabi have 2 lives? Yes, that is correct. So Hikaru, because he came from the loser's bracket, lost 1 life in the process of reaching the grand finals. That means that he has to win this match, which will force a second match, a 2-game mini match, the second match that will be. So yes, he has to beat Fabiano twice in 2 respective matches to win the title. Bishop to g3, stopping the move h4. Rook to e8, now maybe setting up for h4, bishop takes h4, rook takes e5. That's an interesting idea. And then get the other rook to h5 and try to checkmate the white king like that. Should Hikaru play b5? Sure. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. It doesn't really matter that much because whenever you take on c4, I take back with the pawn. I want to keep this bishop on d3. This bishop on d3 is so uncomfortable for your position, for white's position, right? You cannot touch the b1 square. You cannot, for example, if the b file opens, you cannot go rook to b1. So you cannot get active in the position. That is a big drawback. Right now he goes rook to b2. It's all about making this h4 push possible. If h4 comes on the board, game is over. If you manage to go h4 without sacrificing a pawn, the game is over. How do you make that happen is the question. And perhaps that's the wrong question, because I don't see a very good way to do that. Maybe now we have to switch back plans and start getting ready for an offensive on the queen side. Offensive on the queen side, perhaps. Is the second match today as well if Hikaru wins? Yes. I would assume there's going to be something along the lines of a 5-10 minute break in between matches, maybe more than that. And then we're going to go into the second match if Hikaru wins that. So yes, you are perfectly correct about that. Everything is decided today. Today we will have a champion in the Champions Chess Tour. Gary Kasparov, how are you doing? Is that Gary? No way. No. That's definitely not Gary, right? That's definitely, I mean, somebody's going to, if that's not Gary, Gary's going to want that username. When he comes to kick, Gary's going to want that username back. Oh, Gary's here. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. All right. Big moment right now. Gary on kick. Yeah, Gary might come on kick. I mean, who knows? Gary chess. Oh, all right. So Hikaru, by the way, can Hikaru? Okay, this is a bit crazy. Yeah. He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that. But that would be pretty crazy, right? Get the king to g5 and then play the move h4. Just do everything possible to get h4 going. Of course, you're not going to do that. I mean, once you get the king on g5, I throw in a check and you're actually in trouble. So no, don't do that. Don't do that. You cannot go h4. No. h4 for white, that's going to allow en passant. So for example, let's say I go b6. Yeah, you go h4. En passant, now you take and I open up the g file. And that's why the rook is on g6. The bishop on g3 is pinned. You will not be able to defend that. You're going to lose a piece. You're going to lose the game because I'm breaking through. So you have to make as little concessions as white on the king side as possible. That's why Fabiano is keeping his pawns in their initial position. Doesn't touch any of these pawns in front of his king because that would only weaken his king situation. So, and that's why Hikaru is trying to break through. That's exactly what he's trying to do. All right, rook to h6. Very, very obvious idea, right? With this move, rook to h6. You just want to go h4. Bishop to f4, and now rook to g6 back. We're expecting, most likely, bishop to g3 back. But that's an interesting transition. I wonder why he did it. Okay. So this is my guess. Could you go h4 here and just give up? No, this doesn't work because now I just simply go f3. So he took on c4, eliminated the tension, bishop to f4, rook to g6, and now e6. Whoa! That's giving up a pawn, opening up the long diagonal, but a pawn is a pawn. We know that. A pawn is a pawn all the time. You don't actually have a follow-up. But I know what he's thinking about, what Fabiano is thinking about. He wants to go rook to b5. He wants to go rook to b5 and rook to g5. Put some pressure on h5, try to swing the rook on g5 and give the checkmate. But he missed f5. Great find by Hikaru. Closing up shop on the 5th rank. You're not getting to g5. You're not getting to h5. You're not getting anywhere close to my king. And right now, you just gave me a pawn. Thank you very much. I'll take it. I'll take the pawn. And by the way, check this out. So I'm trying to figure out how to do it. But one of the things you no longer have is queen to d4, for example. By the way, let's say you try to go to b2 to attack my pawn on b7. Boom. Have to worry about this type of tricks. You take, checkmate on the board. Your back rank is loose, so you cannot do that right now. That's a problem. If you cannot activate the queen, that's a problem. So he goes rook to c5. He's trying to go to c7. He's trying to get to g7, trying to give the checkmate. The problem is once you land on c7, then I'm going to go rook to e7. He goes rook to c6. Doesn't throw the advantage away. But it does seem like the engines don't like this move for whatever reason. I'm failing to understand why, because I would never touch this pawn. So the engines are basically saying that f3 is a great move for white. I will never touch this pawn. I don't know what the engines are smoking, but I will never touch this pawn. I mean, I see this, you take, and then I see some checkmates coming. Like, well, what is this? Oh my goodness, look at this. Look at this variation. Boom, 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 boom. That's a checkmate. That's a checkmate on the board. Don't do that. Don't do that. No. Forget about f3. f3 is an unrealistic move. Nobody will play f3 in this position with 3 minutes on their clock. Absolutely nobody will play f3 in this position. For like, what? Okay, so this is what the engine is saying. Rook takes c6, queen takes c6, and now you have some idea. G takes f3, and you're just okay with me taking the pawn on f3 because why not? Because now you get the queen to f6. Yeah, forget about it. That's not going to happen. Of course, it's not happening. He took on c6. That's the normal move that any human will play. The problem is for Fabiano, there is no counter chances right now. So I can continue with my plan. h4, h3. No. There's no way he's going to play it. Forget about it. h4. All right. We have h4 on the board. h3 is coming next move. This, I mean, my moves are simple. As black, Hikaru's moves are right now very simple. He has a 2-minute advantage on the clock. This one is definitely trending in one way and one way only. h3 has to be played. Otherwise, you get checkmated after h3. The problem is there's a drawback to this. I'm going to open up. I'm going to get the king. I'm going to introduce my good friend, the rook on e8 on the g file. And good luck trying to fend off the checkmate once that arrives on the board. This one is looking good, guys. It's all about finishing it off right now for Hikaru. There's a decisive advantage. There's a very direct way to get and convert that advantage. And this is what Hikaru needs to be thinking about right now. Calculate it precisely. Find the right way. You see he's doing the finger thing. He's doing the finger. Whenever he does the finger thing, you're in trouble. That's the look, if I'm Hikaru's opponent, I do not want to see the finger. Once the finger shows up, you're in trouble. The finger is no. I do not want to see the finger. He knows there's He knows there's some tricks. Yes. Yeah. He's thinking about it. All right, he's thinking about it. How do we do it? How do we do it, guys? Do we take, and then go king f7? That's one way. You can leave the pawn on g4 and just start with king f7 first. That is an option as well. Absolutely no problem with that. So you have options. All right, he takes and he goes king f7. The finger worked, guys. That was the finger right there. I mean, without the finger, it's very difficult to find this type of precise moves. But once the finger gets involved, that's, you're in trouble. King h2. All right, rook to g8. Perfect sequence. Rook to g1 is the only way, or one of the only ways not to get checkmated. You can go f3, but that creates another weakness. You're not going to take on f3 because there's some queen d7 ideas. You're not going to leave your defensive post with the queen on c6, but f3 just creates an extra weakness. I don't think we're going to see that. I think we're going to see rook to g1. I think we're going to see rook to g1 right now. And what Hikaru is going to do, just as I was saying, that's probably the best move. He goes f3. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right. Enterprising chess from both of these players, guys. But Hikaru has it right now. He only needs to finish it off. Bishop to e2 is a good one. Bishop to e2, follow it with bishop takes f3. Open up this diagonal once and for all and deliver the checkmate with rook to g2. That is the way to go. And he finds it. He plays bishop to e2. Killer move by Hikaru. That's a killer blow by Hikaru. If you don't play bishop e2, by the way, you're starting to get in some danger of not converting the advantage, right? But if you find it, and he found it, bishop to e2, that puts the pressure on. 2 minutes for Hikaru. We're getting into those championship minutes of every single game, those last 2 minutes that are always decisive. That's exactly what's happening right now. He finds it. All right, queen to e5. Don't take on f3 because queen takes f5 is going to come. So just first defend this pawn on f5. Queen to d7. All right. The engine doesn't like this for the simple fact that most likely you have some queen to, what is this? Queen b2. And if you take, then I take on c4. Okay, so queen to d7 is a bit of a slip, but it's very difficult to find queen to b2. Queen to b2 is not a natural move. I'll tell you that much. Queen to b2 is, and by the way, check this out. So this is the idea. You take, I take. And now once you go rook to g2, we go into this endgame. And supposedly this endgame is some sort of a draw, even though I'm a pawn up, which makes sense because it's opposite color bishops. But queen to b2 is an impossible move. This is more impossible than the impossible burger. I mean, there is no way he finds this move, queen to b2. It's just, I mean, good luck. You can find that with maybe an hour on the clock. You cannot find that with 30 seconds on the clock. No. You cannot find that with 30 seconds on the clock. No, I'm not jinxed. Look, guys, being very fair here, I don't think I'm jinxing it. It's just a very difficult move to see. As I was saying it, it's just, you don't find these moves. I'm telling you, you don't find these moves with 30 seconds on the clock. It's just, it doesn't work. Like, life doesn't work like that. Life just simply doesn't work like that. You can be Fabi, you can be Magnus. Life just simply doesn't work like that. All right, take here. By the way, wait. So you take rook to d2. Can I go queen takes d2? Pak. This has to be winning somehow, but I don't see the final blow. So e4. All right, 1 minute and 10 seconds against 17 seconds. Get the energy up, guys. Get the energy up. This might be the third consecutive black win in this match. What a match so far. Black is not only doing fine, black is winning. Get the energy up, guys. Yes. Get that chat. Get the flowers. Get the flowers. Give the man his flowers. Bishop takes e4, rook to d2. A very tempting move to just simply take on d2. That is very tempting. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I would be tempted. He goes bishop to d3. Rook to f2 immediately played. 30 seconds against 21. Oh man, this is getting close. It's not close on the board. It's definitely not close on the board. Down to his last 17 seconds for Hikaru. 21 seconds for Fabiano. Rook to e8. Good move. Get the rook involved. Bishop to e4. Back, defend, and attack at the same time. And then just make use of your extra pawns. Rook to d2, queen to e6, bishop to d3. Wait a minute. Rook to g2 might be a problem. I don't like this. I do not like this one bit. Oh, man. Oh, man, this is not easy anymore. This is not easy anymore. Oh, my goodness. Okay, Hikaru has to once again pull a rabbit out of his hat and find a way out. Queen to G7, okay? Queen to D8, queen to F8, cover up. Cover up and get the king going. Oh man, this is so tense. King to F7. Clock is dwindling down. I'm losing connection. Am I losing connection? Queen D5, King G6. What is happening, guys? 3 seconds for Fabiano. Queen to E6, check. Get the king running. King to H7, Queen to E8, and now this wins. Queen to B2, that's a win. Queen to D4, yes. And Queen to G7, that's a win. He found it. He found it. Now that the bishop on F4 doesn't protect the G3 square, this is all she wrote. King to F2 is going to be met by Queen to G3, and Hikaru takes the full point after a wild finish. That's a win for Hikaru in this one. With the black pieces, all he needs right now is a draw. And that clinches the match. Holy smokes, what a game. What a game going down to the last few seconds. The championship seconds is all that matters. That is always all that matters. Hikaru was not happy. I think he was happy with that win. Guys, what a match so far. I'm going to go catch my breath, and then we're going to come back in just a couple of minutes with the final game of this match, potentially between Hikaru and Fabiano. Right now, Hikaru only needs a draw with the white pieces to clinch the match and force the final 2-game mini-match. I'll see you guys after a short break. And we are back, guys, with the final game of this match. Right now, Hikaru, after a tremendous victory with the black pieces, leads the score 2-1 going into the final game. Only needs a draw. First to 2.5 points wins this match. And if Hikaru wins this one, then he's going to force a second match. Let's not forget, by virtue of winning the champions bracket, Fabiano has an extra life. So Hikaru is always in a must-win situation, especially in this match. Right now, all he needs is a draw, by the way. We have E4, C5, D4. Hikaru only needs a draw, and he gives up a pawn at move 3. Are you kidding me? What? My goodness. My goodness. He's playing the Smith-Mora gambit in a must-draw situation. The guy is bananas. The guy is crazy. Take him out. What is he doing? Wow. That is one way to play for a draw. Play the Smith-Mora gambit. Give a pawn at move 3 in the opening. Yes, that is what you might as well play the Bon Cloud. Try to make a draw, right? He's got that's okay. That's a good one. I like it. Have you been given the finger by Hikaru in a past game? Now that's a dirty question. That's a very loaded question. But no, I have not been given. I have not been shown the finger either in a face-to-face encounter. So no. Christian forgot. Hikaru literally doesn't care. Yes, that's exactly what yes. That is exactly what he's doing right now. He says, I don't care. You can have the pawn. I'm going to play for compensation in a draw odds situation. Why not? I mean, why not? You know what? Why not? And that's exactly what Hikaru was mentioning in past interviews that we've had on this channel and during the American Cup as well. Look, he's sometimes made some easy draws against Wesley in the Berlin. Queen e4, queen to d4, you know the drill. He said, why would I do that? Why would I do that? I'm just playing with house money. I just want to have some fun. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. He's just having some fun. Want to play the Smith-Mora? Why not? Let's clinch the match with the Smith-Mora. That's exactly what he's saying. And I have to say, I'm looking at the position. It's looking good. The position is looking good. The moves are easy for white. Rook FD1, Rook AC1, put the cannons on the open and semi-open files. And then at some point, there's going to be some tactic, right? Because you have, for example, knight f6, I go rook fd1, you go castle. Immediately, I have ideas of e5, right? Take advantage of this pin. So you have some problems. You say, okay, you know what? You get this pin. I'm going to get off the pin. But check this out. Now I go rook ac1. You go castle. Now I can go knight to d5. There's another pin that I can take advantage of. The pin on the c file. It's very difficult to hide away from these pins. And that seems to be what Fabi thinks as well. He played the move e5. He plays the move e5. Yes, get the cannons ready. The cannons are going on the d and c file. I can already see the future for these two rooks. They're going on the d and c file. Knight to f6. All right. Looks like a draw to me. Yeah, right. You can also start with bishop b6, by the way. I sort of like bishop to b6 just because it forces the queen to go to d7, and then I can go rook f to d1. Why not? Why not? That makes a lot of sense to me. Let's go like this. You cannot go queen to g4 because of knight takes e5. That would be problematic. Not only that, you don't even have to worry about the queen. The problem is you get checkmated. Ooh, that's a nasty checkmate on f7, so don't do that. Of course, and by the way, he's going for it. Bishop to b6, as predicted by the doctor. Bishop to b6, queen to d7, get the cannon on the d file. Set up this action against the queen on d7. Tie up the pawn on d6. There's only one defender left against the pawn on e5. And you just don't have simple moves as black. You're running out of simple moves as black. If you go queen to e6, the problem is I go bishop to c4 now. Once again, move the queen off. I take on f7. You resign. You cannot do that. So what do you do? I mean, I guess you can castle, but after rook fd1. I'm not sure why he's not playing rook fd1, but, you know, he's taking his time thinking about the position. I guess what he's worried is castle and then queen to e8. Is that where you're going to put the queen? Perhaps that's where you're going to put the queen to untie in this position, yeah? Because you're completely tied down. I guess I can get the other cannon and then what? And then open up some of the action of the cannons with knight d5, maybe. I mean, if you take, I take, and then I'm going to invade via the c7 square. That's an option. That is one of the options. All right, let's see. Still thinking. Hikaru is taking his time. He must be seeing, once again, something. He must be seeing something that we don't see. He must be seeing something that we don't see, because again, the most obvious thing to my eyes is to just go rook fd1. Is to just go rook f to d1. You could occupy the c file, sure. You could go rook ac1, but there's no action on the c file yet, right? I mean, you can go to c file on the c file whenever you want. Why not get the rook first to d1? Even though now I kind of understand. Okay, so what you could be saying is that after castle, knight to d5, now you're forcing me to open up, or at least you're hoping that you force me to open up the c file, and then you did not lose a tempi with the move rook to d1. You're going to invade via c7 in one go. So you don't put the rook on d1. Maybe you're actually going to reserve this rook for the c1 square to double up on the c file. That's an option. Perhaps this is what he's looking at. Seeing ghosts. Yeah, I'm not sure about ghosts, but he played it. Rook fd1. I mean, that's, yeah, makes the most sense to me. Makes the most sense to the naked eye, as they say. H4, H5? No. He's not going to play H4, H5. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. Come on. I mean, what is H4, H5? Where are you going? I'm going to pick up that pawn. Don't be silly now. Guys, don't be silly. All he needs is a draw, exactly. Rook FD1, then Rook AC1. That makes the most sense. Yes. That makes the most sense. Just play simple chess. He got the cannons ready. They're looking mighty dangerous. Mighty dangerous right now. Yeah, visually, this is a good position. Really good position for white. I mean, forget about the extra pawn. Look, I get it. It's an extra pawn, but it's looking juicy. Yeah, it's looking juicy right now. The black bishop is in jail. Well, the black bishop is defending the pawn on d6. So, you know, that's the extra pawn. Might as well do something useful, and that is to defend the pawn on d6. It makes a lot of sense. If Hikaru wins this match, do they play another one? Yes. Yes. So if Hikaru wins this match, he only needs a draw, by the way, to win this match. Then they will play another mini match, best out of 2 games. So this was best out of 4 games. The next match, if Hikaru wins this one, is going to be best out of 2 games. So, yeah, there's going to be another match, and it's going to be short and sweet, and is going, yeah, everybody's going to go all in. I can guarantee you that. If we go down to that second mini match. Knight to h4, try to go to f5, maybe even try to go to g6. That's an option as well. Take advantage of the pin. You cannot take on g6 with the pawn because that pawn is pinned. It's an interesting move. Yeah, after knight to h4, I'm thinking, all right. So I see an opportunity for black potentially to go queen to e6 and finally find a place for this queen, right? Take advantage of the fact that you just played the move knight to h4. Now, if you try to respond with the usual bishop to c4, I have this extra squared g4 for my queen, so I can continue with that, target the knight as well, gain some tempies. That would be a good transition and good sequence of moves for black. He did not play any of that. Actually, I'm not 100% sure what he played. He hasn't played yet. Knight to h4. We're still waiting for the next move. How are you going to stop me from going knight to g6 or knight to f5? Queen to e6, we've seen, is a good option, but it's not easy to spot. It's a very tricky sequence. You have to understand that first you need to get rid of the defender of the square g4, the bishop on e2. So how do you do that? You coax it to go to c4, attack the queen, and then jump to g4. Not easy. Not easy to spot. And if you don't find that, then you have some difficulties remaining in the position. Is this a free pawn for Fabi? This is far from a free pawn. So this was a Smith-Morra gambit. Fabi has been a pawn up since move 3, but this is not a free pawn. Now, I mean, look at these cannons, first of all. Look at my pieces, all of them developed already. Look at the bind given by the bishop on b6 on the queen side. You cannot move any of these pawns. You cannot go bishop to b7. Look at these 2 pieces that are not yet developed and the queen in front of the bishop. This is not a natural position. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not a natural position for black. Plenty of compensation for white. The compensation is definitely rising. Wait a minute. Knight g6. Bishop e6, bishop to c4. Isn't this just what? Isn't this just an exchange? Yes, this is a trapped rook. If you take on c4, I take on c4 back. I'm reinforcing the pin on f7, and you cannot take on g6. I'm going to pick up the rook. I'm going to be an exchange up. You cannot do that. So what you can do is take on g6 and take on, but now I take on e6. You go king h7, let's say. But now I have come on, no way. I drop the bishop back. I have so much potential on the light squares. I introduce my queen. You have absolutely no control over the light squares right now. What happened? What happened? Did we lose something? Did we lose something? Are we still good? We're back. I guess we are back. Sorry, chat. Not 100% sure what happened there. Perhaps, everything is heating up, including the servers. Everything is heating up, including the servers, guys. The games are heating up. The servers are heating up. Chess.com perhaps cannot handle it anymore. Everybody is watching this match, and you're here in the best place possible. By the way, we followed that variation, but wait a minute. Knight to d5, perhaps not the right idea. Because now, maybe I can go bishop to d8, defend against knight to c7. Okay, this is an interesting one. All right, so he found the right way forward. But now this move, knight to d5, perhaps was not the best option, because bishop to d8 is a serious contender for black in the position. Serious contender for black in the position. Take on d8. I'm not going to take on e6. Actually, I might take on e6. Never mind. Now knight takes f6, and after rook takes f6, you have to take with the rook, otherwise you lose the queen. Bishop takes f6, and that's going to be an exchange up. So you cannot do that. You cannot do that. All right. So what can you do is the question after bishop to d8, which was not played. So, but yes, it was played. All right. This is not easy, guys. Maybe knight to d5 was the wrong step. Knight d5 was a bit of a wrong step in that certain situation. So let's see. Is a knight c7 good here? The problem with knight c7 is that I just simply take, and then you're losing another pawn. If you wouldn't be losing that pawn, you would be perfectly fine. The problem is you're losing another pawn. Not only that, but I'm also having some serious threats in the position. Not only that I'm threatening to take on f2, but I'm also threatening to come back to c5 with a double attack on the queen and the bishop. So if you spend time to defend with f3, knight to c5 might be problematic. These are the challenges that right now Hikaru is facing. What about bishop to c7? Bishop to c7, the problem is I take on d5, I think. And if you take on d8, now I maybe take on e6 or perhaps even knight to f4. That might be problematic. All right, let's see. We have some moves on the board. Knight takes f6, rook takes f6, and bishop to d5. Let's not forget, guys, Hikaru only needs a draw. Hikaru only needs a draw. So still within very realistic chances that he will be able to make a draw in this one. Absolutely no doubt about that. Bishop to d5. Bishop takes b6. Queen takes b6. Perhaps rook to b8 or rook to c8 or knight to d4. That's an option as well. Try to preserve the knight. That makes a lot of sense for black, and perhaps this is what Fabiano... By the way, these players are so closely matched up. Look at the time. 7 minutes 47 seconds for Hikaru, 7 minutes and 40 seconds for Fabiano, keeping so close on the clock as well as on the position. This is an incredible, titanic struggle between these two players. Incredible match so far. Rook to b8. Whoa. Wait a minute. Bishop e3, yes. That's a big threat. How do you defend against bishop takes e6? You have to open up the defense of the rook on b8 via the 8th rank for the queen. But how do you do that? How do you do that? guys, white is back in business. Not only that, stronger than ever. Right now, I don't see a good way to defend this knight on c6. I think you will be losing that pawn. And if you lose that pawn, and with the bishop on e3 actually protecting the pawn on f2, anytime you invade via the second rank, I'm not going to have any issues. This bishop on e3 is going to be the best protector in the position. You're never invading on the second rank. I'm going to be able to do whatever I want on the 7th and 8th rank with my cannons. Your cannons are going to be sort of useless, especially the cannon on f6. My cannons are going to be invading you, and you're going to have some serious problems. So bishop to e3, good move. Knight to d3 is an option. Yes. Yes, that's an option. Maybe the best option in the position. I'm not 100% sure. But by the way, can I take with the rook? I think I can take with the rook. Take. And now you know what my threat is. Bishop to a7. I'm not even thinking about taking on f6. I'm actually thinking about taking on f7. So that's an option. None of this will happen because he played bishop to e7. Okay. All right. All right. Bishop to e7, queen to a4. Now he's looking at this knight on c6. He just wants to take that knight on c6. Let's just make some luft, play the move h3, maybe come back. You can also just try to blackmail black with the move queen to b3. You want to make a draw? Yes, I'm okay with making a draw. Queen to b3, rook to b8, queen to a4. Let's repeat the position. And if you want to make a draw, I'll happily take that because I win the match. Hikaru says no. Hikaru says rook to c3. I have a very clear plan in the position. I just want to go rook to c1. And I want to take on c6. I want to be a pawn. I want to restore the material balance. That's what he's doing. He's trying to restore the material balance. Makes a lot of sense. What did I miss? You did not miss anything. Right now, just to give you a rundown of what happened up to this point, black has won every single game and Hikaru started with black. So you can do the quick math. Hikaru is up a point, 2-1 going into the final game of this first mini match, leading. He only needs a draw to clinch the match, and that's going to mean that we're going to see another match if Hikaru wins this one between these two players. We're going to see a 2-game mini match if he draws or wins this particular game. The legendary triple stackers incoming. I don't know what you're saying there, but I'll trust you on that one. Pressure on the board, leading on the clock. Yes, this one is looking good. I mean, look, objectively, the position is great. You have this beautiful bishop on d5, the bishop on e3, great defending piece, defending both f2 and c1. So you can only dream about ever invading via the c file. That's not going to happen. Your rook on f6, not really doing much, just a defensive piece right now. This one is looking good and you're running out of time. So perhaps the Smith-Morra gambit. What a choice in a must draw and draw odds situation. What a choice by Hikaru. He played a Smith-Morra and the gambit, the literal gambit, is right now paying off. The gambit is paying off. G5. Fabiano is trying to kick out like this, probably G5, queen to H5, G4, try to create something, or at least create the illusion that something is happening on the king side, but it's just not there. It's just not there. You don't have enough forces to create anything on the king side. You go queen to H5, rook to F8. Still, where is your threat? This bishop on E3, you can never touch the pawn on F2. You go G4, queen H5, G4, and you get all your moves in the position. You're still like 3-4 moves away from creating any single big threat in the position. So all I have to do in the meantime is go rook to C1, pick up this knight on C6, invade with my rooks, pick up the pawn on A6. Basically, I can do whatever I want on the queen side while you don't have any offensive on the king side. Insufficient juice. Yes, that's a very good way to put it. Yes. Insufficient juice. He's going all in. I mean, look, he has to go all in, right? Again, Fabiano is in a must-win situation. He has to go all in. G3, but then what? G3, I just simply take. I still don't see it. I still don't see it. Like, you go G3, that's fine. I take. Like, how do you continue? Where's your attack? But that's the thing. In a bad position, there's no good moves. We know this maxim. I don't know which Russian coach said it. Most likely a Russian. Russians always say the chess right things, or at least they used to. Whoever said that was a good maxim. There is no good moves in a bad position. And that's exactly what's happening right now. That's exactly what's happening right now. B4. All right. Am I sick? I wasn't sick at the beginning of this match, but perhaps now I'm getting sick. I don't know. GM Pessiminski. That's a good one. That is a good one. GM Pessiminski. Oh, you guys crack me up. You guys crack me up. Queen G6. All right, what's happening here, guys? B5, take on B7. That seems like the easy way out. That seems like an easy way out, right? Just do it. There's absolutely no reason not to do it. Fabi is abandoning the queen side. That's exactly what he's doing. Yeah, obviously. I mean, he has to do something on the king side. Once again, I don't see exactly what's happening. I don't see exactly what's happening. Like, I get it. You put a queen on the G file, but where's the follow-up? I think you need... Okay, how many more moves do you need to get something out of nothing? 1, 2, 3. So you need to push the H pawn. Now with the queen on G6, there's no more bishop to G5. So that's why he put the queen on G6 first. And then he's going to want to play H5, H4, and G3. Open up the position on the king side. That is Black's only plan in the position. What Hikaru needs to do is calculate. Calculate, make sure he's in time to break on the queen side first. And then get some pieces out, get some forces back into play on the king side and defend the offensive that's coming. That is what's happening right now in the position. Big moment. Big moment right now. 3 minutes, 48 seconds for Hikaru. 2 minutes and 59 seconds for Fabiano. Guys, this one, once again, is going to go down to the wire. I like B5. I like the move B5. I don't like taking this knight. No. I don't like that because there's queen takes E4 later on in the position. I don't like it. I like B5. He took it. Okay. That's okay. I mean, I guess you can take it. Not something that I would have done, but at the same time, it makes some sense, right? You want to invade as much as possible. You want to go in. And he wants to go in. And he's showing that. By the way, if you take on A6 with a rook, I sort of like that. I don't want to take with a queen for the simple fact that now I can take on E4 and there is no queen trade. What I would love to see in the position is you take on E4 and now I trade the queens. And once I trade the queens, there's no more risk in the position. There is no more risk in the position for white. That's what Hikaru wants, because once again, he's in a draw odds situation. So he has a draw odds. in the match. You take, sure, we exchange. I have these two nice juicers. You have these nice juicers, but not much more than that. And you cannot get them going because once you play d5, I take on f6, exchange some more pieces. My juicers are faster than yours, most likely. So you're going to lose this one. He plays queen c2. Okay, all right, all right. All right. Queen c2 makes some sense. Now he has to go. Yeah, Fabiano wants to go. He needs to do something on the king side. You're still very far away from creating any big threats on the king side, but it's the only thing that he can do right now. I don't like that they're very close on time. I mean, look, the time is, these are the championship minutes. Whenever you end up in the last 2 minutes, that's when most of the games will be decided, because that's when all the mistakes are happening. So yes, or at least all the mistakes could happen much easier than they usually do. Rook to f7, okay. All right. Now it's when they need your energy. Hikaru needs your energy in the chat. So make sure you bring that right now. These are the championship minutes, the last couple of minutes. Entering now. By the way, these players are head-to-head right now. 2 minutes and 10 seconds against 2 minutes and 14 seconds. This is when the magic happens in these games. This is right now when the magic happens. Do you go g3? That's a good move. The problem is you have to tend to the fact that after h3, your king is in some sort of danger. At least visually, it's not easy, right? And it's almost impossible to calculate every single consequence of the move g3. So that's not necessarily a move that a human will make with only 1 minute left on his clock. So I wouldn't count on that. I don't think we're going to see g3 on the board. That's a very good move, though. That is a very good move. Yes. A b5 is definitely something that I would be considering. Yes. That is a move that probably I would be making for the simple fact that, you know, you want to get closer and closer to that promotion square. He goes queen to e2. Okay. All right. What is happening? Queen to e2. h3 is an option, g3 is an option, queen takes c4 is an option, but this is what Hikaru wants. He wants to see queen takes c4. Because once you get queen takes c4, you get queen to c2. That exchanges the queens. There's no more checkmate coming in the position, and that's going to win the match. Queen takes c4, you cannot touch the pawn if you are black, if you are Fabiano Caruana in a must-win situation. So I think he's going to spot it. He's going to burn some time, understand that after queen takes c4, queen c2 is a problem, and he's not going to play it. So the question is, how is he going to continue his attack, and how is Hikaru going to respond to that? g3, okay. Do you take this, or do you go f3? Guys, entering the last minute, get the energy up, guys. This one is tense. This one is tense right now. Draw is just as good as a win here. That's correct. That is correct. A draw finishes the match right here, right now. f3, good defensive move. Try to stop everything happening on the f file. Now, this pawn on f3 is defended by the pawn on g2, so you don't have to worry, at least for the moment, about any sort of intrusion via the f file. This one is looking good. This one is definitely looking good. And if you try to go g3, no, he doesn't go h3. He goes g takes h2. Hikaru tucks the king in, ready for bed. Yes, king to h1, nicely tucked in. Don't take the pawn on h2. There is no reason to take that. This pawn is actually the blanket for the king on h1. He's nice and safe on h1. You have to try to open things up with h3. The problem is once you go h3, rook to c7 comes on the board, exactly what Hikaru is doing right now. And this one is, yeah, I mean, this one is might just be over, because I don't see a good way for you to I don't see a good way for you to continue this. That's what I'm saying, guys. This one is over, because once you take on g2, I take back, and then I take on e7 whenever you try to invade via f3. And I'm the first one giving you the checkmate on g7. Yeah, g3 is fine as well. G3 is fine as well. You can never touch this pawn because I take on e7. I got you all wrapped up right now. You cannot touch any of your pieces, and I'm just going to push my pawn. That's the plan. You cannot move the queen because you lose the bishop on e7. You cannot move the rook from f7 because you lose. And now, I was a double... I had two blankets. Double blanketed probably doesn't... No, that's not a word. Blanketed. So I had two blankets, the pawn on h2 and the pawn on h3. I got one blanket out. And now, oh, that's a nice way to finish. Take bishop c5. I think this is over. I think that might just be resignation, right? Take on f8, take on d5, take on h3, take on e5. Yeah. Chaperone the pawns down the board to promotion. There's no way he doesn't win this. Yeah, this might actually have been over. This might be over. I mean, you can just give perpetual if you want. If you really want, you can just give perpetual. I don't know if he's going to give perpetual, but yeah, okay. He didn't give perpetual. Fabiano actually resigned. And you know what that means? That means we're seeing another match, guys. There's going to be another match, and it's going to start shortly. I think we're going to have about a, who knows, 5-10 minute break. I believe we might have Hikaru on for an interview, perhaps. We don't want to tire him too much because he still has one match left to play. But yeah, there's still a match going, guys. This grand final is going to go down to the wire. This grand final is go down to the last match possible. Incredible resiliency, incredible turnaround after that difficult second game, winning back-to-back games, finishing it up, 3-1 score in the first match, getting revenge for the first match in the champions bracket, in the winners bracket that Hikaru lost against Fabiano. Right now is 1-1 on matches, and we're going down to the final decisive match. And I'm not 100% sure whether we're going to be ready for a break. Let me just make sure that's the case. We are ready for a break. Indeed, we will be taking a short break, and really don't go anywhere because we have so much fun ahead of ourselves. We have a great mini match coming, only 2 games. Blink and you're going to miss it. So don't do that. Don't blink. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. And we are back, guys, with the second match of today. Well, Hikaru was in a must-win situation in terms of match situations. He had to win the first one to continue surviving in the bracket in the grand finals, and he did it. And right now we have a 2-game mini match to determine who's going to be the champion of this edition of the Champions Chess Tour. So big couple of games coming up your way. This is the beginning of the second mini match, 2-game mini match, so not 4 games anymore. First to 1.5 points wins and takes home the title. If the match is tied after 2 games, then we're going to see an Armageddon. So strap on, put the seatbelts on, because we have a match, guys. And Fabiano, let me just flip the board really quick. Fabiano is with the white pieces, Hikaru with the black pieces. The score basically right now resets is 0-0, and it's best out of 2. Hikaru taking control of the center with his move knight to d4. Now we see an early expansion by Fabiano with c4, b4, a3, trying to put some pressure on the bishop on b6. Bishop to e3, knight takes f3. We expect queen takes f3, and we're going to see those type of very slim-edged positions, right? White has a very slim edge, maybe a slight advantage. Nevertheless, black is still very solid. No weaknesses in the position for either side. This one is going to be a long strategic game. White is going to try to take advantage of the fact that he does have some space, some extra space on the queen side, and a potential of opening up on the king side after bishop e2, castle, and then f4. These are the type of plans that we're looking out for in this particular game. Nevertheless, Hikaru did play this, in fact, with the white pieces in the American Cup against Wesley So. And he was, in fact, maybe even better at one point. He was losing at one point. That was the classical in which Hikaru really took his chances, tried to create some imbalances in the position. He managed to do so, but it was a very, very tense game, which ended up in a draw. So lots of things still can happen. Dry position for the moment, but this is just the beginning. G3, wait a minute. Is that a slight misstep from Fabiano? Because right now, you no longer manage to connect your rooks before I open up the A file. So A5 might actually be a very good move for Hikaru right now. If you go bishop to G2 after A5, I take, and you don't have the rook protected on A1. So for example, just to show you guys, you cannot take back because of rook takes a1. You're not in time to get a castle in. For example, if you start with bishop e2, that's a completely different story because after a5, I go castle. And if you take on b4, take on b4, take on a1, well, good luck because now I can take back on a1 and white is doing just perfectly fine. So g3 might have been the first inaccuracy of this mini match. We see a slight showing of the finger, but no a5. We see c6. All right, c6, bishop to g2, queen to b6, trying to exchange the queens in this way. All right. All right. Fabi has 2 lives. That is correct. So Fabi, by virtue of winning the winner's bracket, has 2 lives, an extra life, which he lost by losing the first match against Hikaru. Right now, it's all even. We're starting from scratch. It's 0-0, all even. Whoever wins this 2-game mini match wins the title. Queen to d2. Fabi says we're not exchanging the queens for the moment. An interesting decision. Queen takes b6 was an interesting move. Definitely worth some time to investigate. But he decides against it. He decides to shy away from this queen trade with a move queen to d2. a5. Hikaru immediately puts pressure on the queen side. b5. And now I see this queen potentially landing in the center, queen to d4. That's a beautiful queen. The problem is it's going to get kicked around by a knight coming back to e2. So wait a minute. He decides to take on b5. Big moment right now. Do you take with the knight or do you take with the pawn? He answers. He says, okay, I'm going to take with the knight. Armageddon might be crazy. Let's take care of this right now. I mean, Armageddon is always crazy, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell what's going to happen in this one. Christian, are you going to commentate the World Championship? No, I am not. I will not do any commentary for the World Championship, but I do think that we will be doing something on our YouTube channel, the C-Squared podcast, for the World Championship match. So yes, I think we will be doing something, but probably not commentary. Knight to d7, all right. Hikaru is hinting towards potentially getting a knight to b3, rook to b1. That makes a lot of sense. I like the fact that Hikaru has the dark squares right now. So you see, it's a trade-off. The trade-off is that I have full control of the dark squares. This d4 square, this c5 square potentially for my knight as well. The trade-off is that I have to deal with this pressure on the b file. White does have a better structure with these 3 pawns like this, nicely protected. It's very difficult to get to the d3 pawn, the base of that pawn complex. At the same time, I'm already primed to attack the pawn on b7. So that's a problem. This is a good game. This is a very tense game, as they all have been. I mean, every single game so far has been so tense. Even the Smith-Mora gambit. I mean, remember that one. Rook to b3. All right. How do we do it right now? How do we do it right now? Queen to d4 followed by knight to c5. That is an option. Queen to a7 followed by knight to c5. That is another option. It's all about getting that knight to c5. Doesn't a4 win a pawn? No, a4 does not win a pawn because I go rook to b4 and I close up shop on this diagonal. That's not working. You don't want to create. And the problem is once you put the pawn on a4, that creates, or at least it feels like it creates another weakness. I would shy away from playing the move a4. For the most part, I want to keep this pawn on a5 so that it controls this b4 square. It's a very important square. h6, definitely a normal move in the position. G6, just make some space for the king. That's always a good idea. White's plan is very straightforward. You just want to go rook to b1, set up the cannons on the b file, and try to put some pressure that way. Black's plan is also pretty straightforward. Actually, maybe not that straightforward. I thought that perhaps he would try to go f5 at one point, but he shies away from that, Hikaru, and he tries to go for something different. Question is what? Question is what? Do you want to go like this? I see that as an option, though that seems a little bit slow, I have to say. I don't think that's his idea. I'm trying to understand this last move by Hikaru. Rook to e8. King to h2. Okay. So I understand what he's trying to do. He's assuming and he's anticipating the fact that white is going to try to play f4. And perhaps this is what Fabiano is hinting at with his last move, king to h2. He wants to play the move h4, f4, excuse me. Open up things in the center and on the king side. The problem is, once you play f4, it's very difficult for black to take back on f4 because of d4. d4, d5, and that bishop on c6 might be in danger. So you have to be very careful. Question is, what do you do? How do you do it? Queen to d4, that's a move that I like. That's a move I really like. And I've been saying that black should play, Hikaru should play this move just to get this knight to c5. I really like this square for knight on c5. Not only that it attacks the pawn on d3, it also targets the rook on a b3. It's just a good square. It's just a good square for the knight. And you should always take care of your pieces. Always look for the best squares for your pieces. And that's an option. That's an option right there. Queen to d4. Don't get that. That's true. Yes. You're making a very good point. Don't get the queen trapped. For example, I'll just show you how you can get the queen trapped, even though it's kind of difficult to get the queen trapped. I'm looking at the position and it's very difficult. You have to wait for me to get the knight to c5. But once the knight goes to c, okay, I found a way. I found a way to self-trap my queen. Now I go queen to c2 and you say, oh, knight c5, very beautiful. You're attacking both the rook and the pawn. Knight to e2 just traps the queen. There you go. You need to have the queen off of the d2 square because otherwise I take on b3 and that attacks the queen. So you have to play queen c2, but that's telegraphed. I mean, everybody will see that. I can guarantee you that. Nobody's going to fall for that. King to h2, knight to f8. I understand what he's trying to do right now. Knight to f8, boom, boom. He's trying to go to d4. He's trying to go to d4. The knight is coming to d4. Yes. But right now, since you played king to h2, knight to f8, the only logical thing to do for white would be to go f4. That makes a lot of sense, right? f4, take on f4. The problem with this move is that perhaps I can go d4. And that might be problematic. I don't think you want to do that. How are we doing on time, guys? All right, 9 minutes, 52 seconds against 10 minutes and 30 seconds. f4. Tension. Tension is rising, guys. The tension is rising right now. f6, Hikaru says, okay, I'm not moving this pawn from e5. You take that pawn, I'm going to recapture with the f pawn. I don't want to recapture with the d pawn. I want to recapture with the f pawn. So he solidifies, cements that pawn on e5. f5, all right, knight to d7, yes. Now we get the queen to d4 once again and get the knight to c5. That makes a lot of sense, right? Queen to d4. The knight to e2, that's going to be a defensive move. And I can go back and at least the knight is not ready to jump d5. Probably d5 is the ideal square. Now, what black wants to get in the position, if black can get this in the position, then black is strategically winning. He wants to eliminate this bishop to exchange the bishop for the knight on c3, the bishop on c6 for the knight on c3. If he's going to be able to achieve that, then he's going to have a strategically dominant position. But that's not easy to do. That's easier said than done. The problem is the bishop on c6 is also a great defender because look, all the tension on the b file, without the bishop on c6, I would be able to invade with my rook, right? The b7 pawn is going to be very difficult to protect. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful with both sides, by the way. This is a very, very complex battle for both sides. A single misclick, and you're going to create a weakness that you're not going to be able to come back from. A single misclick on the board, and you're going to make the wrong move. You're going to create an undefensible weakness. What if rook a7? Rook to a7. Well, if you would have said rook a6, you would have been the oracle. He's going for rook to a6. Rook to a6, rook to b6. He's trying to get rid of the rook on b3, saying that, look, this rook is kind of annoying me. You're attacking my pawn on b7. You're also defending the pawn on a3. So perhaps this is precisely what he's looking at, this potential idea of attacking the pawn on a3. And that's why he goes for rook a6, rook to b6. A single misclick and you're playing the Botez Gambit. Well, that happened. That happened yesterday. We know very well. We've seen it. We were here. Yes, we were definitely here. All right. Rook to b3, rook to a6. The rook is coming to b6. That's what we're thinking about. There's some dark square strategy right now. Yeah. So it's that trade-off. This bishop on g2, completely useless. The bishop on c6, still a defensive piece, but has some potential later on in an endgame. Think about it this way. All of these pieces, except the two bishops. See if I can do some color correction. All of these pieces, the ones in red, highlighted in red, are going to get traded off. Only the bishops are going to be remaining on the board. Who's going to have the better chances? It's going to be black, because white has most of his pawns on the light squares. So I'm going to be able to attack them. I'm going to go b5. You're most likely going to have to take. I'm going to take back with the bishop. And then you're going to be on the defensive, trying to defend your pawn structure. In the meantime, if I manage to also get my king to c6 or c5, that would be amazing. So these are the type of things that these players are thinking about. They're trying to predict the future. They're trying to look into the future, see the end game that's about to arise in the position. Knight to e2, rook to b6. This is a good transition for black. Now Hikaru has control of the b file. That's pretty significant. The knight is coming to c5. We've been wanting to see a knight coming to c5 for a long time. This queen is coming to b3, attacking both the d3 and the a3 pawns. This is looking good, guys. This is looking good. Final matches now. Yes, we have two more games, excuse me. Two more games. h4. No, Hikaru says no. I'm not putting the knight on c5. I'm putting the queen on c5. He's really stubborn, isn't he? What is this? Okay, the queen obviously on c5 attacking the pawn on a3, but very nicely he understands that he needs the knight to the defense of the f6 pawn. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Now that I'm seeing the position with fresh eyes, I understand what Hikaru's idea is. He's not getting tempted by a knight coming to c5. He wants the knight close to the king. And he's just going to pick up. He's going to eat that pawn. He's going to eat that pawn. Hikaru is looking at it right now, head bobbing a little bit, looking confused, trying to calculate everything, trying to see whether he's getting checkmated or not on the king's side. And once those calculations finish, he's going to munch on that pawn on a3. It's munch time. You have to take that, and then you have to deal with the pressure on the g file. You know the pressure is coming. There's nothing you can do about it, right? I mean, look, the pressure is coming. But you have to munch. You have to eat. That's part of chess. Whenever it's lunchtime, you have to eat. And he does it. He does it. He's eating. There we go. Ate the pawn on a3, and now get the queen back and start pushing. Start pushing the pawn. He's now fed. I'm not sure whether he's fed. I mean, there's going to be some more opportunities to eat. And you know what's coming on the king side. Queen e2, queen h5, rook g1. And at some point, he's going to try to sacrifice something. I just don't see it. I don't. You get the queen to h5. That's fine. I move the. You go g6. That's fine. I go h6. I just pass. If you would have a dark square bishop and you would be able to sacrifice, that would be very nice. The problem is I don't see that. So I understand that white looks visually like it's almost ready to pounce on the black king, but you're not there yet. So queen to e2, knight to h5 most likely is going to come, rook to g1, queen to b6. Okay, I guess Hikaru is trying to bring the queen back to defend some more on the king side. Is that his plan? All right, this is it, guys. This is it. Queen d8. He's trying to come back with the queen. Okay. So he's trying to solidify the position on the king side. Queen goes to e7. Rook goes to a8 behind the pawn. And it's push and baby time. After that, that's kind of what he wants to do right now. I feel that's the plan. And the onus is on white to prove that he has enough compensation for that pawn. And it's once again, my goodness, black is better in every single game between these two players, except the last one, game 4 of the first match. But it seems like there's something in the air today. There really is. And black is just getting great positions. And right now, that's the case. Hikaru won the first match? Yes, he did. Hikaru won the first match. And right now, this is the second match of their grand finals. King to h8, getting off the g file makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Okay. But again, where's pushing P? I'm not. I mean, you definitely want to push the A pawn, yes, but you also have to be careful not to lose it, which most likely is not going to happen. I mean, that's the thing. That's what Hikaru wants to do. Okay, bishop to f3. Now there's a sighting of taking and then invasion on the G file. You have to be careful about that. Maybe rook to G8. From a practical perspective, rook to G8 makes the most sense. Defend the G file. Defend the G file. Because otherwise I take on f6 and I invade via G7. G7, Queen E3, Queen H6, and that's the dream for white. That is what Fabiano is right now dreaming about. Let me get the rook on G7, let me get the queen on H6, and I'm going to get a checkmate. That's why he puts the queen on this diagonal. Nevertheless, I really like this move, rook to G8 by Hikaru right now. Look, you're going to go G6, I'm going to go H6. You take... Yeah, I don't see the follow-up. All right. You've maximized the potential in your position as white. This is the maximum you can achieve right now. How do you break through? I defended with my queen. I defended with my knight. I defended with my rook. I'm matching your firepower. Queen for queen, knight for knight, rook for rook on the king side. And on the queen side, I have this extra pawn. I have this extra pawn. That's the extra pawn that I munched like 10 moves ago. And right now I'm enjoying the advantage of that extra pawn. Perhaps this A pawn is going to be decisive. Let's see. All right. We're seeing the finger once again. The finger is making an appearance. That's scary. Whenever, you know the finger, man. I mean, that's the scary part. When the finger comes out, that's the scary part. All right. Bishop to D1. D5. Wait. What do you mean by D5? No, I see queen to E7. D5 is definitely not an option. You can do not touch this pawn. Do not touch the pawn on D6. If you play D5 by take, your bishop gets trapped. You can resign. Do not touch that pawn. D4, not really, because when you touch that pawn, I'm going to pick up the E4 pawn. So no, that's also not an option. Queen to E7 is what makes the most sense to my eyes. Queen to E7, but still, once again, there's no follow-up. And my moves are going to be fairly simple. At some point, maybe not immediately, but at some point, I'm going to take on G5, put the rook on A8, and push a pawn. That's the plan. I'm going to maximize the position, get the queen out of the way, get ready to go rook to A8, get ready to push the A pawn. And at the right time, at the right moment, I'm going to have to time it very precisely. If not, I get checkmated on the king side. But if I time it precisely and I take on G5 at the right moment and then go behind the pawn, I'm winning. Queen to E7. If you go G6, I go H6. Again, there's not really any breaks, right? You would love to have a bishop on C1 and be able to sacrifice. You cannot sacrifice your queen, right? I mean, if you sacrifice your queen, good luck. Good luck finishing your attack, right? It's just not there. It just simply is not there. All right. Queen to A5 is the last move that we see in the position. So he's getting ready to match what he knows it's coming, which is the expansion via rook to A8. All right, queen to A5. What do we do right now? How do we continue? How do we break through, guys? How do we break through as black? B3, I'm not sure. There's no pawn all the way down to B3. You can go A3, but then I'm picking that pawn up. You don't want to lose that A pawn. That A pawn you do not want to lose. So let's see. Maybe you can take. Do I have g6? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do I have g6 right now? Oh, he played g6 first. He played g6 first. And he's head bobbing right now. Okay. I think g6 is good, guys. I think g6 is good because right now, if you take on g6, I take back with a pawn, and that forces you to clarify things on the king side. And guess what? Once you take on f6, so for example, you take, and we exchange everything. Once you take on f6 with the queen out from the defensive stance that it had on the king side, with the queen already on a5, you don't have time to take back your pawn. I will checkmate you on the king side. I'm the one checkmating you now. So this g6 might have been extremely well timed. And we see that. F takes g5 and h5. Okay. g4, opening up the way, the path for the queen to come into play. Queen to h4, queen to h3, rook to f8. That's a checkmate sighting right there. King to g2. Okay. And now we're expecting taking on h5. We're expecting taking on h5. Follow it up with h4. There's some knight f5, but for example, I think you're in time. So you take, and then you have knight f5. But guess what? There's this check first. You're going to have to move the king. Then I go queen g5, and the game is over. I'm going to checkmate you. So big moment right now. 2 minutes and 30 seconds for Fabiano. 3 minutes and 20 seconds for Hikaru. So nice time advantage as well. And the position that is dominating. I have to say right now, the position for black is pretty much dominating. There's no other way to say it. If you take on h5, and if you take back on h5 like this, I'm not going to go queen to h4 and allow you to go rook to h1 and put some pressure on the h file. I'm going to go queen g5. That's fine. You get a rook on h1. You have some discovery checks, but I'm also checkmating you. So now I'm going to go rook to f8. You might start looking at taking on d7. I have a feeling you might get checkmated also. Maybe even g3. But I can probably just take on d7. You do not have time to get adventurous. You created some nice pin on this side. No way, my friend. Checkmate is coming. Queen to d2. I'm the first one. All right. G takes h5 is what he played. That's a good move. That's a good move. And right now, I don't see the follow-up for white. Knight takes h5 has been played as well. And we are expecting queen to g5. We are expecting queen to g5, rook to h1, and the rook just swings over to the f file. Still going down to those last 2 minutes, guys. Take some nerves of steel to walk into the discovered checks like that. Yes. That is true. Those are the important moments in this type of very tense battles, right? And there's always going to be these type of moments. And as a player that's competing all the time, you know that both of these players have incredible experience with those type of moments. Rook to g6. Oh my goodness. All right. He's not going for this queen to g5, rook to f8, but instead he decides to go rook to g6, sidestep this potential attacks on the h file with king to g8 immediately. So, but perhaps, knight to g3. Okay, he drops back. He says, no, I don't want to leave the knight on h5. I know you're coming with rook to h6, and you're trying to double up on the h file, put some pressure, invade via h2, checkmate me. Fabiano says, no, I don't want to allow you to do that. I'm setting up for a potential knight to f5. So if you go rook to h6, don't do that. I'm going to go knight f5. That's going to be a double attack on the queen and the rook on h6. You don't want to see that on the board. Queen to f8. Good move. Good move. Yes. Now, you cannot take on a4. If you take on a4, I have queen to f3, and that's a checkmate. Definitely don't do that. By the way, 1 minute and 20 seconds for Hikaru, 1 minute and 40 seconds for Fabiano. This one, once again, as we anticipated from the beginning, is going to go down to the wire. Rook to h1. We're expecting king to g8. That's a check. Probably you don't want to go rook h6. No, king to g8 makes a lot of sense. King to g8, yes. Rook to h5. Big moment right now, an opportunity for Hikaru to get this knight in, and he does it. He spots it. Flawless execution right now with this move. Knight to c5, take on d3, knight to e6, knight to f4 is also a big threat in the position. Huge threat in the position. This knight, once it lands on f4, that's going to be, I mean, you have so many forces attacking that king. That's going to be very close to checkmate. So in Fabiano's shoes right now, I would be looking to find some counter chances. But question is, where are those counter chances? Rook to f5 looks almost forced in the position, which he plays it. He spots it. But now I have a feeling, what if I just move my queen away? Be careful not to allow queen to d8. That's one thing that you have to pay attention to. If you try to get to h6 and say, I have some checks on h3 or d2, queen to d8, and I think it's white who's giving the checkmate first. Hikaru understands that, plays the move queen to e7, probably the best move in the position still. Knight takes d3, knight to e6 are coming. The final destination for that knight is on f4, bishop to e2. We're seeing knight to e6 as a potential in the position. Yes, knight to h5, almost for sure is going to come to try to stop the knight landing on f4. Once again, that destination, if you manage to get the knight to f4, the game is over. Oh no, he allows the knight to go to d4. King to f2, knight to d4. I mean, I think this might actually just... Queen to f8, that's going to be a check. There's an invasion via the f file. Queen to f4 is coming as well. You can start with rook f6, no problem. That would be good also. Wait, what did he play? Bishop to d7 and bishop to d1. Okay, 30 seconds against 12 seconds, guys. This is king to g7. Okay. What is happening? I see a checkmate after queen to a8, queen to h8. Ideas of potential penetration by white's queen via the 8th rank, but that's not happening. King to g2 was his choice. Don't go knight e6 right now. Knight e6, knight f4, that's not good. Because I go knight f5, knight takes e7. No, don't do that. Wait. What do we see? King to g8, bishop takes a4, and queen to f8. Now I see a checkmate lurking in the background. Bishop to d1 to defend the checkmate. Knight to e6, the knight is coming to f5. King to g1, knight f4, rook to h2. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Rook to f6, rook invades. Rook to h6 was his move. Queen to d2, queen to f4. This one is looking like it's almost over, guys. I don't see it. Knight to f2, that's... Yes, that's a check. And then it's queen f2, queen takes g3, and Hikaru takes it. Hikaru takes it, guys. Knight takes d1, nicely calculated. Queen takes d1. That finishes actually the game after queen to f2, king h1, queen takes g3. You're a piece up. I'm going to exchange the queens after queen f3, push the pawn, and take it home. And that's what he does. That's what he does. He wins once again. Another game with the black pieces, takes full control of the match right now. He only needs a draw with the white pieces in the last game to cement his victory and take the title home. Guys, We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back with the potential final game of this championship. Hikaru only needs a draw, has draws with the white pieces. I'll see you guys shortly. And we are back, guys, with the second game of their 2-game mini match, the grand finals between Hikaru and Fabiano. What a match and what a final it has been so far. Hikaru forced the second match by winning the first one 3-1, a very dominant score in that one, and started off the second one with a banger as well. A nice win with the black pieces. Again, the black pieces have been just simply doing amazing in this particular match. And in fact, in this particular tournament as a whole, it seems like black is doing just fine. Smith-Mora Gambit again. Smith-Mora Gambit accepted. Fabiano is picking up the gauntlet, saying, yes, I accept your Gambit, early on Gambit. Take a look at this. You're in a draw odds situation. You're playing the Smith-Mora Gambit. Fabiano responds with the move 97, and you play h4. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, what is Hikaru thinking? Incredible. Absolutely incredible chess displayed right now. h4, absolutely no care in the world. Knight to g6, probably want to play h5 in that case, and then continue pushing the p all the way to h6, the pawn. h5, h6, just get it going, get it rolling down the board. Why not? I say, why not? All right. But what about d5? Can we go d5 as black is the big question. Once again, let's remind everybody, if you are here for the first couple of seconds, couple of minutes, Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces right now in a must-win situation. If Hikaru wins or makes a draw in this game, he wins the title. So, pretty significant right now. Pretty significant situation right now. This is for the memes, exactly. E4, D4, C3, H4. It's all for the memes. It's all for the content. Why not? Yeah, why not? Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Give the people what they want. And that's exactly what we're getting in this match so far. H4, D6. I'm expecting H5. If you said A, you might as well say B. H5, H6. Not only that you're looking at pushing that pawn to H6, but also with the move H5, you're taking away the square G6 for the knight. So to my eyes, the move H5 makes the most sense. I also see ideas of castle, just simple, and wait for black to go knight to G6 and then play the move H5, force the knight go to E5. But at least visually, from a human perspective, I would play the move H5. That would be my choice. The question, and now I would play castle. H4, H5, you respond with H6. Now I go castle. And now I'm asking, where do you put the knight? And probably the answer would be to go to G8 back and to F6. And perhaps that's enough. He did not want to see that. He played queen to B3. And now we have H6 and bishop to E3. He's playing a very similar game to what he did last time. But guys, keep this in mind. The white king has not moved yet. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? I'm asking you very seriously. I haven't decided whether I want to castle short or castle long. I think Hikaru is going long. Hikaru is going long. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. No short castles. He's going long. All right. We have a game. We have a game. Hide the king, put the cannon at the same time on the D file, keep this cannon on the H file, support the H pawn. Makes a lot of sense to me. With the C file open, you're going to have to tuck in the king, B1, A1. Maybe you can go all the way to A1. And just do it like that. This is going to be a fight. This is going to be a fight. bishop to e7 I'm thinking about. King to b1, tag the king, hide it behind the blanket of these two pawns, a2, b2. Beautiful pawns. And the question for black is, how are you going to develop your initiative either on the queen side, either on the king side? On the king side, I'm not seeing much prospects, right? On the queen side, sure, maybe you can go a6, b5, but that's going to leave the knight on c6 a bit unguarded. So that's a bit, yeah, not easy, not easy, not easy. Not easy. h5, knight g5. Kick the knight away makes a lot of sense. Knight to e5. Take. You cannot take back with the pawn because the queen on d8 is going to be hanging. You can take on e5, take on e5, and then f4. That's an opportunity. That is an opportunity right there. Wait, can we do that? He goes for it. He goes for it. F4. I mean, is he going to follow it up with G4? I don't think so. No. Tuck the king in. First, tuck the king in. Forget about the G. I mean, you're going to play G4 at one point. Just wait for your opponent to show his hand, which is probably to put the king on the king side with castle. At some point, black will have to do that. And only then go G4, G5. That's my prescription right now. So, hey, do something useful. Tuck the king in with king to b1. Knight to b5, knight to d4 is an idea as well. I'm looking at what pieces I can improve in this position. As white, to be honest, I don't see a lot of pieces that I can improve. I understand I can improve the king, then I can probably double up on the d file, maybe launch an attack on the king side with a g4, g5. As black, whenever you go bishop d7, unfortunately, you lose the pawn on b7. Perhaps that's the way to go, just to give up the pawn back, but open up the b file. Hikaru tucks the king in with king to b1, immediately followed by castle. Still, the players very close on the clock right now, 12 minutes each. Still very, very close. This is a close call. Pawn up for Fabiano, but definitely more than enough compensation for white. More than enough compensation for white. E5, okay, that's an interesting way of doing things. I see it. Okay. I see what he's trying to do. So this is what he's trying to do. I'll explain it to you. E5, most likely d5 is going to come on the board. Okay, I would have been wrong. I did not anticipate this move g4. G4, G5. I anticipated bishop d3, king a1, bishop b1, queen c2, and queen to h7. That's what I thought Hikaru is looking at. Hikaru says, no, I'm looking at something else. I'm looking at an expansion on the king side with g4, g5 and try to checkmate you. Queen to c2. Still, I see queen to c2 as a potential idea. You have to support this push g5. I don't think you can do it right now. I mean, you could try it, but I really don't feel your attack is going to succeed as white. Like you can take, but then I take on e5. I feel I have enough security around my king that I'm going to be able to fend off your attack. That's my guess. That is my guess. That is my guess. Queen to c2, queen to d2, bishop to d3, bishop to b1, and queen to d3, eyeing that square h7. Rook dg1, yes, that might be a move, but hey, be careful. That's a fork. Unfortunately, I don't think you can do that. You cannot leave your post with the rook. Not yet. Not yet. You can go with rook hg1. But if you go rook hg1, then you don't have the rook on the h file. So, you know, that's the trade-off. And even once you play g5, I'm still going to take. You can take back, but then the e5 pawn is going to be hanging. So it's not such an easy conversion right now. All right. Bishop to d7. We have 10 minutes for Hikaru, 11 minutes and 25 seconds right now for Fabiano. Queen to c2. Yes, I mean, I understand the engine wants queen to c2, but what's the follow-up is the question, right? Like queen to c2, I go rook to c8, or maybe even a6 and b5. I feel like rook to c8 makes the most sense. It's just about getting, by the way, queen takes b7. Whoa. Queen takes a b7. Is this a move? Is this a move? Rook to b8 most likely is going to come. The engine doesn't like it. The engine doesn't like queen takes b7. My guess is that rook to b8 might be a problem. You have to go to a6. You don't have any other alternatives. And now the question is, okay, I'm secure on the king side as black, but what if I manage to actually open you up with a move f6? That might be problematic. Not an easy move to make for black. So from a practical perspective, I understand this decision to take on b7. I understand this inclination to capture the pawn, get the pawn back, reestablish the material balance. Still very complex right now. Very, very complex right now. It's all scripted, guys. Come on. You keep forgetting about it. You keep forgetting it's all scripted. Rook to b8. Oh my goodness. Rook to b8, queen to a6. And f6. This is the danger zone right now. This is truly right now the danger zone. But I'm telling you, from a practical perspective, you can misfire in this position. You can try to go something like rook b8. f6 is not an easy move. It doesn't. You've been attacked. Look, white played h5, h4, h5. White played g4, f4. e4, e5. You've been under siege on the king side. And what you're going to do is actually ease my way through with a move f6, open the doors for me with a move f6. It doesn't feel like a practical decision. From a human's perspective, forget about the engine. From a human's perspective, it doesn't feel like the right decision. So that's why I don't see this sequence of moves as very likely. Rook to b8 is definitely an easy move to make. Now, this is f6 is not that easy. And if you don't play f6, what do you do? What do you do if you don't play f6? You could try to go knight to b4. And perhaps this is what Hikaru was calculating as well. This is a very tempting move because it forces you to take on a7. You don't have any other alternatives. You cannot go back to d3. That's going to be taken by the knight. You cannot go to a3. There's going to be some discovery attacks. You cannot go to a4 because the bishop on d7 is protecting that square. So the only option is to take on a7. The problem is once you take another pawn, both the a and the b files are open towards your king. You're not going to be able to hide the king anymore. So from a practical perspective, he might get tempted to sacrifice the pawn, to force the capture of the pawn with the move knight to b4. That's my prediction. That is my prediction, official. f6, I don't see it happening. Queen to c7, maybe. That's another move. That's another very natural move to make in the position. Queen to c7. Problem is you have to worry about knight to b5. So perhaps it's not that natural once you see that response. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. What I do like about the position and about Hikaru's chances is the fact that he has 9 minutes and 54 seconds right now, building a very nice and very cushy time differential against 7 minutes and 6 seconds for Fabiano. So that one, once again, as we enter those last two minute championship minutes on the clock. That's going to play a huge part. Fabi's definitely burning some time right now. Yes. Definitely burning some time. Big moment. Big moment. How is Fabiano going to continue this attack? White is trying to open up the position on the king side. Black is trying to open up the position on the queen side. This is the battle right now. Yeah, the engine wants f6. Again, forget about f6. I don't think it's going to happen. Even though he's thinking and he's tanking and he's already spent a lot of time. So there's definitely a big decision. I told you guys. I told you. It's knight to b4 is the practical choice. It's just what anybody practically wants to see on the board. Knight to b4, not f6. You're not going to play that. You're simply not going to play that. Queen to c8. I'm trying to understand what is the follow. So I get it. G5 is a move, right? G5 is definitely a move. H takes G5, H6, push, take. But then I can go back to C6 and maybe target this pawn on E5. How do you continue? Maybe rook to C1. Once again, I'm looking at the practical options. I see a queen on the C file. I want to target it with rook to C1. I think rook to C1 is going to be the move. The engines are not going to be very helpful. This is one of those positions in which the engines just simply do not understand. Well, they do understand and they're very good at it. The problem is they don't understand the human's perspective. The human's perspective is very, very different. And my guess is that he's going to go rook to C1. Just from a visual perspective, you want to attack this queen. You want to set up some traps. Knight takes D5, discovery attacks. You know, this is the human nature. Create some attacks immediately. And, you know, the position continues to be extremely, extremely dangerous for both sides. Knight to C6 is an option, followed by D4. Crazy position, guys. Crazy position. Crazy position. Queen to C8. All right. How do we do it, guys? How do we do it right now? There's obvious threats. I'm even starting to look at some queen takes C3 ideas. I mean, you can definitely see that landing on the board right now. So it's scary. I'm not going to lie. This one is looking scary. King to A1, you cannot tuck your king away from the B file because of knight to C2. You don't have time for that. Knight C2 and then I take on C3. Make use of the fact that there's this pin on the B file. And unfortunately, you cannot take because I just simply take, replace that rook with the other rook. And that's all she wrote. So king to A1, not possible. But what is possible is the question. Maybe try to go back. All right. I'm looking at it, and this is what I think is, forget about rook C1. I don't think we're going to see rook C1. And I'll explain to you why in just a second. I think we're going to see queen to D4. You want to get a queen out. That's the lion's den right there. You picked up, you munched on a couple of pawns. But that's the lion's den. You don't want to hang around there for too long. So get the queen back. At the same time, defend this knight on C3. Get ready to put the queen back to D2. Reinforce the defense of the B2 pawn. Get the bishop on D4. Set up some sort of a very defensive stance. And only after start going G5 and try to go for that. Not easy. Not easy. And to be honest, I'm wondering what is, after queen to D4, what is black's choice? I guess you want to go queen to b7 and maybe put some more pressure on the b file. Now there's some big threats with knight to d3 you have to be careful about. I'm thinking about queen to d2. And now we're most likely going to see something like rook f8, g5, and have a completely wild position. By the way, the times are more or less even right now. 6 minutes for Fabiano. Hikaru still thinking after this move, queen to c8. It must have shocked him. And he plays queen d4. He plays queen d4. I told you that's the practical move. That's the practical move right there. Queen to d4. This is so hard. It is. It's a very difficult position. Queen to b7. That's an easy move to make just because you're stacking these two pieces on the b file. That's where the attack is happening. So far, the moves seem to be easier for black. Now, at the same time, you have some defensive moves that you have to play. You're pretty much forced to play. I think queen d2 has to be played. I don't see an alternative. I don't see an alternative. That's more or less correct. Yes. Yes, that's more or less correct. Exactly. Black just has the easier moves, right? But again, there's also this queen to d2, right? Queen to d. Once you play queen d4, you know where you want to go. You want to go back to d2, back home, get closer to the king. You need to have as many defensive resources as possible. So you're dreaming about things of like bishop to d4, followed by rook to h3. Get something on the third rank and try to survive like that. Once again, both of these players right now dropping down to their last 5 minutes. Guys, this is a blitz game right now. This is a blitz game right now with everything on the line. Everything right now is on the line. You wanted to play a boring Berlin. You wanted to see some sort of a boring Russell Limo. You're getting none of that. You're getting a wild Smith Mora gambit. Why not? I mean, why not? d4. Whoa. Okay, what's happening here? Bishop to c6. Bishop is headed towards e4. And you don't want to see that landing on the board, as well as rook fd8. That might be difficult to deal with, I have to say. Okay, what do we... 2 pawns up for white right now, but a devastating attack coming his way due to the fact that all of black's pieces are primed for the attack. So he has to be very careful. I can see some ideas. For example, look at this defensive idea. Rook to h3, you give a check and you're saying that this is beautiful. You're getting a nice attack and now you're picking up my piece. Forget about that. You're losing the queen. Bishop h7, queen takes d4, and that would be GG. So that's a defensive idea for Hikaru. The problem is, once you take, first of all, I don't think I have to play the move bishop to e4 after rook to h3. Because after bishop to d3, once again, perhaps Hikaru might be defending this one. But after rook to h3, I think just rook fd8 is problematic. Okay, we're seeing the rook coming to h3. Rook h3 is on the board. Rook fd8 and b3. Wait a minute. I'm not sure about this move, guys. I'm seeing this move, bishop to e4 right now. And if you take, the problem is now I can take. And if you take with the rook, I take on d4, and this rook is pinned. It doesn't actually defend the rook on the bishop on d4. And if you take with the queen, then I still can take on d4, and that would be also a bit problematic. That's a piece up, right? So this is, yeah, not easy. Not easy. Not easy, guys. b3, bishop to e4, king to b2 is Hikaru's choice. Hikaru only needs a draw. Yes. That is very important to understand. Hikaru only needs a draw. But this position is so far away from a draw right now. Like, it's 2 pawns up. The king is under siege on b2. The king on the other side could potentially become under siege as well on g8 with g5. Anything can still happen in this one. Bishop to c2. What's the idea? So if you go rook to c1, which I believe probably, or rook to a1. Why not rook to a1? This is complicated. Yes, yes, yes. This is absolutely wild. Absolutely wild, I have to say. I mean, there's this complex of pieces on this side. My goodness, what's happening? Bishop coming to c5, take advantage of the pin. Perhaps that's why he played bishop to c2. This... Once you move the rook from d1, I'm going to go bishop to c5. That is the problem that right now Hikaru is facing. It's a difficult problem to deal with. It's a very difficult problem to deal with. So, for example, if you go rook to c1, bishop to c5, not only that, but if you don't go rook to a1, I have a feeling I have this idea of knight takes a2 as well, which might break through for black on this side. Can you sack the queen? It's probably the best. At this point, I think you have to do it. I think you have to go for it. You have to sack the queen. That's the best practical chance. Hikaru dropping down to his last 2 minutes against 3 minutes and 25. Difficult position. And what is his decision? Bishop to f3. Attacking the queen. So right now, saying you don't have time to take my rook yet. You're going to have to move the queen first. Where do you put the queen? Bishop to f3. It's a try. It's an attempt. Maybe he's going to forget about his queen on b7 and just take on d1. That is an option. 2 minutes and 9 seconds for Hikaru. 2 minutes and 50 for Fabiano. Going down to those last championship minutes. The last 2 minutes of every single game has been seeing incredible swings, incredible chess being displayed by these two titans. Queen to a6. All right. Oh, man. Is queen a3? Oh, no. Oh, queen a3 might actually... Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, queen a3 is disgusting. Check and rook a... Oh, that's disgusting. That queen sacrifice on a3. Oh, man. That's... I haven't seen anything. If you go b4, it's a checkmate with the two bishops and the knight. This is absolutely disgusting. Oh, he played it. He played queen a3, king to a1. You're not over. This is not over yet. Rook to a8, queen to a2. That's a problem. That is a problem. I don't see the way out. I don't see the way out if he finds rook to a8. If he doesn't, though, and you give me one more move to defend, then I go something like bishop b5, bishop to a4. If you take on d1, yes, exactly. Now you're starting to give me some... no chances. No. Hikaru decided, I've had too much, and I would assume this is the reason, perhaps. He was afraid of take, queen to c1, knight to b1. Maybe this was... He decided he had enough. We're going to see an Armageddon. Guys, again, this is going down to the last possible game of this match. We're going to see an Armageddon. We have an Armageddon just like yesterday. We're going to see a bid right now. These players are going to go back to the drawing board, launch their bids, and we're going to see an Armageddon. Absolutely wild turn of events, absolutely wild match, absolutely wild tournament so far. So I'm going to catch a break right now, and I will see you back in just a few minutes once we get the bids for the Armageddon. Get ready. I mean, you really don't want to miss this. See you guys soon. And here we go, guys. Strap your seatbelts because we have Armageddon and Hikaru did win the bid. The bids were very, very close, if I'm not mistaken, or somewhere around 40 seconds difference. But Hikaru will be starting with around 9 minutes and a couple of seconds against 15 minutes. He has to defend. He has draw odds. With a draw, he clinches the title, but it's all going to get down to the last final Armageddon game. Guys, just an incredible set of matches. Are you ready? And are you not entertained about what's happening right now? I mean, just an incredible... The game doesn't seem to have started yet, or at least we're not getting the moves yet. Nevertheless. Oh, there we go. Boom. That scared me for a second. All right. So how did we even get here? Let's see. Fabi started with English, c6, queen d4, d5, bishop e6, attack the queen, hunt the queen down, bishop to c5, knight f3, h6 to not allow this knight to go to g5 and target my bishop on e6, castle, castle, queen to c2. Finally, the queen is back into some sort of a safe space. b3, rook to e8, a bishop to b2, queen to e7, rook to d1, rook to d8, matching the cannons on the d file. Yeah, I mean, we have an interesting game ahead of ourselves, guys. I have to say, it's a close bid. 9 minutes, I think, is definitely one of those pretty decent bids by Hikaru. He has to defend. This is the Armageddon. There's no increment being added after each and every move like we had previously in all the other matches and all the other games of the respective matches. There's no increment, no delay, nothing. You have to make all of your moves for Hikaru as of right now in the next 8 minutes and 19 seconds, for Fabiano in the next 12 minutes and 50 seconds and counting. Send the energy, guys. Send the energy. Thank you very much to Skydive the Ranch for the gifted 5s. We appreciate that. This is the last game. This is the last round. There's absolutely no coming back from this one. Hikaru has draw odds. He's with the black pieces. We're watching the point of view of Hikaru. Knight to f8. I have to say, the early stages of the game, they're definitely looking encouraging for the simple fact that there's not a lot of imbalance in the position. I don't, the structure, very balanced. Material, balanced. So there is none of those imbalances that you don't like to see whenever you're having draw odds. Bishop to d4. c5 probably is something that Hikaru does not want to play. I was just about to say that he does not want to play, but just because I go back and I don't see the future for the bishop on a3, that's what I'm concerned about. Bishop to a1 and just try to play against the bishop on a3, which is kind of stranded. At the same time, once you play the move c5, this diagonal opens up for my bishop as white. So this is why I didn't really like this idea of playing c5, but Hikaru has to make moves and he has to make them fast, because once again, it's all about the time right now. It's all about the time. You do not want to go down to your last 2 minutes. Oh, bishop to b2. Now that's a mistake. That's definitely a mistake, a strategical mistake by Fabiano, because right now, after the exchange of the bishops, there's no more problems with the bishop on a3. That bishop is out. Now this bishop is going to go down on the long diagonal, challenge the bishop on g2. And I have to say, I'm looking at the position, I don't see the problems for black. I don't see any more problems for black. I think right now, black is in full control, and perhaps the Armageddon is indeed going Hikaru's way. And by the way, 7 minutes, 48 seconds, hasn't spent a lot of time against 11 minutes and 10 seconds. Definitely, this game is right now trending in one direction and one direction only, and that is a Hikaru draw or a victory. Why does Hikaru have less time? Because this is an Armageddon. They bid for whatever time they want, down from 15 minutes. Whoever wins that bid gets the black pieces and has draw odds. Hikaru bid around 9 minutes and 6 seconds. Fabiano bid 9 minutes and 50 seconds. And Hikaru won that bid. Started off with 9 minutes and 6 seconds, but he has draw odds, which is a huge, huge advantage in a game of chess. If you have draw odds, right? You play for 2 results. Your opponent only has 1 option, and that is to play for a victory at all costs. It's looking good right now, guys. It is really looking good. Black only needs a draw. Yes, that's what I mean by draw odds. Knight to g5, trying to... And that's the thing. Black right now, Hikaru can blackmail Fabiano with piece trades, right? Let's trade some pieces. You want to take on g5? I'm happy with that. I'm going to take back with the knight. I'm going to offer another trade of pieces. And I don't think you have time to do something like this and go pawn hunting with b takes c5. I'm not going to be looking at your pawn. I'm looking at some checkmates, knight to f3. And now I think you just basically have to accept the draw with king to g2, knight to e1 or d2 or h4, pretty much anywhere. You're not going to go to f1. You're going to go to g1. Then I'm going to give you another check. That's going to be a perpetual. So yeah, knight to g5, good move, and responded with a move knight to h4, setting up some ideas of potentially knight to f5, looking at the g7 square. But the simple g6 right now, just killing off the action of this knight. It seems to be great. This move seems to be great right now, and he plays it. Hikaru plays it, g6. And he's not spending a lot of time on his clock. That's extremely important. He's playing very fast and very precise right now. Very fast, very precise. Right now, Hikaru in the driver's seat, but the game is not over. There's still some... You have to be worried about rook to d2 coming down the board as white. So be careful about that, because if you allow the rook to drop down to d2, rook to c... Whoa! Big moment. Big moment right now, guys. Knight takes g3 is a win. If Hikaru spots this, he has 6 minutes and 40 seconds, but he does have to play fast. If he spots knight takes g3, bishop takes b7, queen takes b7, take, rook to d1, you cannot go to h2 because you get checkmated. He did not see it. He played rook d7. That was a difficult move to spot. That was a difficult move to spot, especially with 6 minutes on the clock. Rook to d7, and now there's no more opportunity of knight takes g3 for the moment. So that was right there, but that was just an insane looking move. I have to say, not easy to spot from a human's perspective. And it just goes to show both of the players missed it. King h2, king h7. Hikaru still has the better prospects right now, because white doesn't actually have anything to do in the position. White is only playing defensively at this point. This knight would love to jump to f5. There's no jumping to f5. This pawn on g6 controls absolutely everything. There's no way to get to my king. The only thing that white is playing at the moment is the time. And he played a move, a rook to e2. The problem is c4 came immediately on the board. c3 is going to follow up on the board. I'm going to close up shop for the queen. And then I'm going to invade with a rook on d2. This is, whoa. b5. Queen to c2, b5 was the move. c3 would have been crushing, followed by rook to d2. He plays b5, and now f3 is in the position. Oh my goodness, do we see some knight takes g6 ideas for white? This is absolutely unbelievable. It goes from one side to the other so fast. But this was a big mistake, this b5. Yeah. Instead of b5, he was supposed to go c3, and After f3, the thing is you have knight to d2 or rook to d2, which are extremely potent moves because you're setting up this battery against the pawn on f3. Whenever knight g6 comes on the board, you're going to take on f3. Let's see what happened. b5, f3, knight to d6 is on the board. The big question is, can you take on g6? Can you take on g6? One thing you don't want as white is, well, maybe you do, but what you cannot do is continue with some sort of a perpetual. That is not enough. And that is Hikaru's chance right now. He still has draw odds. Let's not forget that. He still has draw odds. And by the way, he took with the F knight. Queen takes G6, King H8, Queen takes H6. The moves are coming down and they're coming down fast. Hikaru still has the C pawn. It's looking good. It's still looking good. There's not a clear way for white to break through. I mean, look at this pawn block on the king side, but you're too far away and my C pawn is running down the board quickly. And if I manage to exchange the queens, I'm going to be extremely happy as black. He plays E4. It's all about the time, guys. Hikaru has to manage his time wisely. I'm thinking about queen to G7 and he plays it. He plays it, queen to H5, rook to E7. That strikes me as a bit slow because of ideas of E5. Man, this is a complete mess right now on the board. Complete mess on the board. The problem after E5, you cannot move the knight because of knight to E5, knight to F5, and I'm attacking both the queen and the rook on E7. So that's a bit problematic after rook to E7, E5. What Hikaru is most likely thinking is that you don't actually have a threat, because if you take on E5, if you take on D6, excuse me, I take on E2, and that's good for black. And he doesn't spot it. He plays rook to D2, and now knight GF7 gives black the advantage once again, swinging back and forth, swinging absolutely widely back and forth. The eval bar is. What a game. What a game, guys. It's all about the nerves. It's all about the time. Anything can happen in this game right now. What a game so far. Knight GF7. How are you going to continue as white? There's no clear path towards the black king. He goes queen to C5, queen to F6, and now Hikaru is back in the driver's seat. Everything is protected. The knight is jumping to E5. I'm going to go king to G7 potentially. The knight on D6 is nicely protecting against any sort of infiltration by the knight via F5. You don't have what pieces to touch right now as white. You don't have a follow-up. You don't have a way to push your pawns, because whenever you go F4, I take on E4. So that's taboo. You cannot touch that pawn. You cannot touch the G pawn because I go queen F4. That's going to pick up the rook. It's once again looking good, and the time is getting close. 5 minutes and 40 seconds for Fabiano, 4 minutes and 42 seconds. The difference is down from 6 minutes to 1 minute on the clock right now, with everything to play for. A wide open king. Rook to D4 was the move, but rook to C7 finishes the game. Rook to C7 finishes the game. He did not play it. He played the move A6. Guys, what's happening? He played the move A6. That's a normal move. That is a normal move. That's the problem with white's position. You don't have how to improve your position. Black can do a lot of things. Black can play king to F8, king to G7, maybe queen to E6, at times queen to E5, propose a queen trade. Rook to D1 was the move right now. Still, the position remains wild and unpredictable. Absolutely unpredictable position. Rook to E8, setting up this idea of rook to C8 and get the C pawn going. Get the C pawn going down the board. That's a good move, a good, precise move. Finding a plan to improve your position as black was crucial, and that's exactly what he did. Rook to E8, rook to E1. Pushing the pawn makes a lot of sense, which he does. Rook to C8, followed by C2, queen to B2, support the promotion of the pawn. And I don't see how white I don't see how white continues. The bishop is protected, so you cannot attack it. The knight on this is doing a tremendous job of protecting all of my pieces and helping into the attack. Knight to c4. I think this is... I'm not gonna try to call it, but this is looking close to over. By the way, queen to b6. That, yes, that exchanges the queens. I think this is over, guys. Rook to d8, rook to d2, followed by c2. Knight to a4, piece up. Better pieces. The knight is jumping to d3 as well. This one might just be game. This one might just be game. I don't see any way in which this one can continue right now. I mean, you can try to go rook to c1, but I defend that pawn. And at some point, I'm going to push. Yeah, knight to d3 is over. This is over. Knight to d3, you go rook to d1, I go c2. You go rook to e2, I try to find a way to push c2. Probably with rook to c8, I have to be careful about knight to d6, but I don't think I have to worry about that because of c2. Knight to d3 is on the board, rook to e2, knight to c4. I pick up this pawn, I push the pawn on c2. You cannot go, I mean, you can, but it's not going to help you too much. If you go this, I'm going to pick up the pawn on e4. I can also go knight e1, take on g2, and guess what? You're losing another piece after bishop takes e4. We might see a result soon, guys. We might see a result soon. Hikaru is up on time right now. Hikaru is crossing his hands like he knows it's up. He knows something is up. He knows that this game is pretty much over. It's just a technical task at this point, and there's no way of messing things up. He's confident, not head bobbing just yet, not throwing the finger just yet, but we're getting close to that moment, guys. We're getting close to that moment. How do you do it? You can go knight c1, knight b3, just try to find a way to invade with a rook on d2. That's one way to do it. Rook to e1, knight goes back to b3 and rook to d2. That seems like a normal move to do it. Rook to d2 first. Bishop takes e4. Knight to e1. I can take, and knight to e3. I can also go knight to e3. And once you take, I take with the knight, and then I preserve this rook from going and skewering the king that's about to come to h1 with rook to c2. That's going to pick up the rook on c3 as well. And the head bob is coming. The head bob is coming. We see Hikaru in the chat. That can mean only one thing, and one thing only. And that is that probably Fabiano Caruana has resigned. I maybe some ghost Hikaru in the chat. I don't want to call it before I have the result in front of my face, but this might be it, guys. I know we were on some sort of a delay. I gotta trust the chat. You know what I mean? I gotta trust the chat. And that's it. The result is in. Hikaru Nakamura finishes in style. What a wild Armageddon game. Oscillating from winning to losing, winning, losing, winning, losing. And in the end, it was a win for Hikaru. What a day of content. 2 Smith Mora gambits. Finishing it up in style with the black pieces. The black pieces have been heaven in today's match. What an incredible performance by Hikaru. And yeah, I mean, what a way to finish this is the way to finish a championship with an Armageddon game. Take it down to the wire. Take it down to the last minute. That's the way to finish such a performance, such a tournament, an incredible tournament once again. Guys, I've had a lot of fun, I have to say. It's been a lot of fun calling the games. What What an incredible match. And I'm sure we will be getting Hikaru for an interview in just a second on the channel, but I would assume right now Hikaru is most likely giving an interview on the official broadcast of the Champions Chess Tour. And as soon as that is over, we're most likely going to have Hikaru on this channel as well. Let's just go through the highlights of this final game, because it was wild indeed. And I have to say, better opening, definitely a good position for Hikaru after knight to g5. Obviously, that's the thing. That's the gain and the advantage of playing with the black pieces, despite starting with less time, is that you can blackmail your opponent with piece exchanges. And that's exactly what he did. Guys, we're going to go on a short break. We're going to have Hikaru in just a second for an interview. I will see you guys, and I will see Hikaru in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
And we've got the champion of the Chessable Masters with us. Hikaru, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Hikaru, that was some high-level chess. It was such an intense match. I have to ask you, what are you most pleased about? And there's a lot that you have to choose from.
I mean, the match started off terribly. I mean, in this first game, I should have lost. I think when I won this first game, that sort of turned the tide around. And I mean, the rest of the match was also very, very choppy. Or actually, sorry, I forgot I lost the second game. So no, it was the third game that winning really sort of settled everything down. Yeah, I mean, it was two very, very difficult matches. I seemed like this whole event, actually, it seemed the black pieces seemed to be preferable for the most part. So it was just difficult, but I found a way to get it done when it mattered.
Yeah. I think we had the stats with 7 out of 8 wins for the black pieces today, Hikaru. But that second game from the grand final reset, the moment you took that pawn on b7, what happened there? Because we were quite shocked with that decision.
Well, I mean, there's a simple answer. I'm not Stockfish, so I confused a move order. That's the simple answer. I mean, basically what happened in that game is that there was a very similar position that I looked at a couple of days ago, where if black is castled, e5, b5, bishop d3, bishop b1 is very good for white. But because Fabiano hadn't castled, I shouldn't have played this whole e5 move and everything else that followed. And I mean, when I played queen b7, it was already hard to play. I mean, maybe a computer could just say you're down a pawn and it doesn't matter, but at least for us humans, it's not possible to play like that. So that's just how it goes.
Well, Hikaru, huge congratulations, winning 2 matches in a row today on demand. No easy feat. But how did you do it? Because yesterday you also said after beating Magnus you had to find your motivation. Where did it come from?
Well, I mean, you just show up and you play. And I mean, I think the most important thing is that, I mean, I'm trying to think of a politically correct way to put this, but Fabiano and I both, once again, were not playing our best chess. You know, you can say whatever the reasons might be for that, but we both were a little bit off again today. And so I think that when Fabiano wasn't completely there, that gave me some confidence to basically like feel my way through the match. But I do think for sure, like Fabiano, I mean, he did not play his best. I definitely did not play my best. Maybe at the end I kind of started playing well, but I mean, both of us, just like our first match, it wasn't the best quality. And I think, you know, when you play against a great champion like Fabiano, when he brings his A game, you're very scared. I mean, he's one of the best ever. And I think that gave me some confidence.
Congratulations, man. You made it. That was a very, very commanding performance, especially at the end there, too, as well. So good stuff, man. When's your next tournament? What do you have coming up next? Besides, obviously, we have the content, you got to stream, and we got to do the recaps. But what's the next tournament?
I mean, I don't have any tournaments planned. I'll play a tournament in like May. I guess I have this event in the Norway Chess, but it's nice. Yeah, I mean, it's all what it is. You know, I do want to add something though, which is like for people who are wondering about this whole Smith Moore I played, I'm obviously going to do a recap later, but I came up with the idea to play it against Magnus. I was hoping to get like a 1 or 2 million view video. I could, you know, make a great title, like, you know, I beat the world champion with the Smith Moore Gambit, but Magnus didn't do it. So I ended up using it today. And I mean, I'm very pleased because I won the first game. I had a much better position. Again, I'm not 3,500, so I couldn't prove the advantage in the second game in the Smith Mora, but it was, I'm very pleased that I showed that, you know, you can play gambits. You don't have to play proper chess, and you can still have a great time and win games.
That's nice.
And Hikaru, congratulations. Yesterday, I asked about your choice of T-shirt, and I've got to ask again today. Any message behind that one?
No, I mean, there's no message behind it, but I thought it's like people were making the joke. I saw some joke that it was like Hikaru literally doesn't care Nakura against, like, I'd rather be playing poker. It's like Magnus, I'd rather be playing poker, Carlsen. So I figured I'd try to just be like Magnus and like showcase that I like poker just like him. We have similar tastes.
Wow. Hikaru, it's been such an awesome tournament, the Chessable Masters. Have you overall had fun playing here?
I mean, I've had fun the last 2 days. I mean, the first couple of days were very, very choppy. I mean, don't forget in the very first match against Fedoseev, I mean, I was down 2-1, and then in the fourth game, I won this huge game with the black pieces to tie the match. I mean, the Wesley match also could have gone either way. I mean, all the matches were very, very stressful. So the last 2 days were fun, but everything prior to that was just a slog. And I'm just glad that I made it through. And even though I don't think I played my best chess, I was, I guess, best when it really mattered.
And Hikaru, you made your way through the losers bracket. So I kind of want your honest take. What would you have given your chances of winning the event heading into your match against Magnus, and then once again heading into the match today against Fabiano?
Well, I mean, not to sort of belabor the obvious point, but it seems to me that a lot of these matches came down to who got the black pieces in the Armageddon game. I'm not sure if White even won a single Armageddon game. Maybe Fabiano or somebody did, but I feel like Black won like 90% or won or drew the games to advance in the Armageddon. So I think really this tournament, it comes down to who's best at, I guess, like best at game theory and guessing what the lowest time is going to be that you need. So I do think that that maybe is a slight thing that I dislike. 'Cause it seems like Black won like every single Armageddon game.
Yeah, that was so much fun to watch. And Hikaru,
sorry. Robert asked a question. I'm losing my mind. You asked what percent I would give, right?
Yeah.
I would say that I gave myself maybe like a 20% chance of coming back. But you know, I think that the thing is, like, for Fabiano, it was all about the first match. And once the first match didn't go his way, I think the momentum was definitely in my favor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Some amazing chess by you there, Hikaru. And we want to bring up the NFT trophy that you have won with this championship. Congratulations. And of course, the big ticket to the finals of the Champions Chess Tour. What does that mean for you?
Well, okay, the trophy's nice, but I'm confused. I get seated. I mean, I was reading the regulations the other day, and I actually didn't understand. I thought there was a gauntlet tournament to get into the finals. So I'm a little bit surprised by that. I was trying to read it. I didn't understand anything. But if I'm in the finals, it's obviously great. That means that I can chill and get back to my real job.
All right, well, we look forward to that. And congratulations, Hikaru. What a fantastic performance. And thank you for entertaining us with your chess.
Thank you so much.
Once again.
Appreciate
Hikaru
it.
Nakamura is the champion of the Chessable Masters.
And we are back with the man of the hour himself, Hikaru. First of all, congratulations. What an incredible match. That was just wild to watch. I bet it was wild to play as well. Sum it up for us.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty wild. I mean, I would say that the match was really, really choppy because in the first game, Fabiano was just winning out of the opening. I confused a move order. Thanks so much, D-Head fan, for the 20 gifted subs. Appreciate it. But yeah, like in the first game, I was just down a pawn. And when Fabiano didn't play bishop takes knight on d6, I had this feeling that somehow I was going to save the game. And then not only did I save it, I ended up winning. And you're like, okay, I win the first game, it's all going to be good. And then the second game with the white pieces, Fabiano blunders in the opening, walks into this variation that is frankly losing for Black. But then I misplayed the move order. I end up losing that game. Third game is crazy. I win that one. And the fourth game, of course, I play the Smith Mora. Like everything was just kind of all over the place today.
Okay, so this is something that I didn't understand initially, but then, you know, I kind of started to piece things together. You are in a draw odds situation. Yeah, you can play whatever you want. You can play knight f3, d4, go into some sort of a force variation in the Scotch or something along those lines. Actually, he played c5, so you cannot do that. But you decided for the Smith-Mora gambit, and you actually got an amazing position out of the opening. How did you come up with this this idea?
Yeah, I mean, I basically prepared this the other day for Magnus. I was just looking for something to play that would make a great video if I found a way to win. So I prepared for Magnus. I figured, you know, if I could use against Magnus, I'd get like a 2 million video view on YouTube. And like, you know, I beat the world champion with a trash gambit, or however you want to phrase it. And so that was actually the whole point. Like that's what I was thinking. So I prepared for Magnus, and then I thought, okay, if it's good enough for Magnus, why can't I play it against Fabiano? And I mean, in both games, I was much better. I mean, actually, I think the second game, if you use a strong computer, I suspect I was winning out of the opening.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, if I go G4 and like Rook G1 or something like this instead of the whole King B1 E5 idea. So, yeah, it was. I had it from Magnus. I thought, you know what? Why not? Now, that being said, if this is 3 or 4 years ago, there is 0.00% chance of me trying to meme with one of these openings. I would have played like a proper chess player, done something normal, tried to just draw the game. But, you know, it's all about content at the end of the game. So, like, who cares about the actual result?
So how do you deal with that really tough loss in that second game of the second match, right? Queen to A3, you know, Black was looking amazing. You know, that gives you a boost of confidence whenever you're on the giving end of those type of sacrifices. But when you're on the receiving end of those type of sacrifices, you get less energy, right? But then you still have to play an Armageddon. How did you feel?
So
right there, how did you recover?
I think there's a quote that comes from one of the inventors of the Smith-Morra Gambit many years ago. This is the famous saying. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'll say this, which is, it says, be a threat every time you sit down to play. You show the greatest expression of confidence at the very moment of discouragement, when with courage, you start again, another tournament, another course of study, thereby turning a crisis into an opportunity. This is what instant chess confidence and determination is, a winning surge. Do you have it? If you don't, then get it. So that is the that is the saying for the day for everybody who's watching. So basically, you don't care. You just keep moving on. You move on to the next game, and you go from there. For anybody who's wondering, it's a quote from an essay written by this master from Dallas many years ago, Ken Smith. He's no longer alive, but he's one of the people who actually pioneered a lot of the theory in the Smith-Morra opening. So that's what you guys, when you're wondering where I'm quoting that from, that's what it's from.
I mean, Hikaru, I think that's a great quote to live this stream on. Congratulations. Incredible match, incredible champion, and incredible performance. Congrats, Hikaru. And I mean, I'm sure everybody's waiting for you for the next stream.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll see everybody very, very soon. And I mean, again, just the people who watch, I hope you had a great time. And this is peak content. So content is king at the end of the day. And I hope everybody enjoyed it.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Hikaru.
All right, see you guys. Thank you so much for doing the commentary once again, Christian. So all you guys who are watching, big shout out Christian Chirella. Make sure to follow. I think he's on Twitch. He also does commentary in St. Louis. Also, you're like the chess coach at Mizzou, right? Mizzou
at the University of Missouri. Yes, Mizzou. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. And definitely can follow the podcast on YouTube, right. CSQ Pod, C Squared Pod. Check that out.
It's going to be an interesting one, I'm sure, the next episode.
We'll have a good one for sure.
Yeah. All right. Thanks so much. I'll see you all very, very soon. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
All right. See you, Christian. Bye.
Cheers. Bye. All right, guys. I think we are done right now. Thanks to everybody that has been here throughout the match. Just an incredible match. I had a lot of fun doing the commentary. I had a lot of fun reading the chat. So cheers. You guys are a great community, and I'm sure I'll see you again, most likely. Until next time, thanks again, and have a great day.